All right, Lester, thank you so much. Lester Munson and Jeannie Shanzano are going to be with us throughout our rolling coverage here. And we should mention, Christina, that there's going to be a news conference, at least an update at some point from Mar-a-Lago. We understand around 11 o'clock this morning, President Trump will be speaking. Of course, he's still in Florida now. And that'll be the first time that we hear directly from the president outside of social media.
And there are a couple questions we still need to be answered. Where is Maduro? Where is his wife? What is their status? What is the plan? Where are they going to be held? What kind of trial, if there is a trial, is this going to look like? Are they going to make an agreement with another country to send them there? And there's a lot of questions still to be answered. And as we've been talking about, what is the plan here?
Right.
What are we doing going forward? And how more involved do we need to be? We've heard, people say this is not going to be any more strikes from this administration, but I doubt this will be the last we're hearing from the involvement of the United States in this.
Well, presumably he'll take questions. It's not. It wouldn't be the first time, I should say, that a news conference was called. The president didn't actually receive a question from a reporter, as opposed to making a series of statements. So we'll take live whatever we get from Mar-a-Lago, and of course you'll see it and hear it right here on Bloomberg.
But we want to go now to Mariana Atencio. She's a Venezuelan author and journalist. I believe she's joining us from Saigon right now. But Mariana, thank you so much for taking the time. And I just want your initial reaction to what's going on and what you're hearing from people in Venezuela and the Venezuelan expat community. How are they feeling about this?
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Joe, for your terrific coverage of this important story. The Venezuelan community is cautiously optimistic. I lived in Venezuela my entire life. I have friends, family, colleagues down there. Everyone is rejoicing at the capture of Maduro because this has been a regime that has imprisoned and tortured thousands of people and that has provoked a humanitarian crisis and a refugee crisis in a country that was once prosperous and democratic. But why are people cautiously optimistic? Number one, obviously, there's very little communication from people inside of Caracas right now. The internet is still operating, but as you know, the regime has been ramping up the imprisonment and the detainment of people that even text about what Trump is doing and that Caribbean buildup. And then number two, and this is critical, and I want all of our listeners and viewers to fully understand this, that Maduro was the face, but there are 4 power brokers that truly pull the strings, all of which were not captured in this operation, all of which have been sending messages and videos rallying troops and rallying the regime's forces. So you have Padrino Lopez, who heads the military. He was seen on video in Venezuela this morning. Diosdado Cabello, Chavez's natural successor, rallying troops in a vest and a mask with long guns in video this morning. You have Delcy Rodriguez, the VP, saying, "Where is Maduro? He's disappeared." That means there is a power vacuum now, and these people stand to take over. And as you both know, power vacuums are extremely dangerous. And this could be, I'm not ruling out this possibility, having covered Venezuela for so many years, this could also have been a negotiated exit by Maduro and his wife, because it was so surgical. All of the regime's structures, even the state television, remained intact for the regime to operate. So it doesn't seem like it was that debilitated, safe from Maduro and his wife Celia leaving Venezuela. Joe, Christina?
Yeah, Mariana, I want you to stay right where you are as we add the voice of Congressman Jake Auchincloss, the Democrat from Massachusetts, joins us now, a combat veteran of the United States Marine Corps who served in Afghanistan, but also in Panama, where he worked alongside Colombian Special Forces to train Panamanian forces in drug interdiction exercises. This is very important when we consider the motivation of the administration in this region. And Congressman, I know your time is tight. We'd like to get right to the matter at hand here, because you, of course, were not fond of or approving of this operation to begin with. We've had many conversations about a War Powers Act. How dangerous is the situation, in your opinion, on the ground right now? And what say, if any, will Congress have in the next steps?
Joe, good to be with you again. Before the disastrous invasion of Iraq, Colin Powell infamously warned, "You break it, you buy it." And the president at the time didn't heed that advice, and it was 2 decades of disaster for the American public. My concern is a similar spiral of chaos here. Like Hussein, Maduro is a toxic and brutal dictator. He is better behind bars than in power. But the president did not have the authority to wage this strike, nor does he have a strategy for a democratic transition. And those two issues are linked, because had he come to Congress seeking authority, the first questions he would have been asked by veterans like me on both sides of the aisle is, what's your plan to prevent the blood for oil escapades of Iraq from transferring into the jungles of Latin America? We don't want boots on the ground there. And at this point, after this strike, Rubio might say, oh, this is the last strike we have. That's no longer our choice. What happens if they target Americans who are in Venezuela for reprisal? We're going to have to respond to that. We have now opened up a Pandora's box, absent approval from the American public.
Congressman, hi, it's Christina Ruffini here. Nice to talk to you again. You just heard Mariana talk about the fear of these competing strongmen who are going to be vying for Maduro's power vacuum. What is the risk of destabilization, and do you think the administration has really thought about exactly what you're just talking about? Whether or not you break it, you bought it, this will not be the last time the U.S. needs to intervene or get involved here, and could it just get worse?
It could absolutely just get worse. As you said, there were many powers behind the throne. They will be vying against one another. They will be using brutal tactics to do so. And whatever hopes there may have been that Machado would take over as a democratically legitimate leader who will exploit Venezuelan oil reserves in conjunction with Chevron and other U.S. oil majors are just that. They're hopes. What is the strategy? How do you actually guide regime change towards a democratic transition? Because candidly, the U.S. track record on that in the 21st century is not exactly stellar, which is exactly why this president needed to come to Congress and engage in the debate rather than hide behind claims about narco trafficking, which are absolutely spurious. This has never been about drugs. This has been about oil and power. And instead actually be transparent with the American public. It's what not only the American public deserves, it's also what the U.S. service members who are deployed to that region deserve.
Last time you joined us, Congressman, and we were in the process of seizing oil tankers, the president at the time said, we want our oil back, referring to, I guess, permitting or oil rights. You said blood for oil. Is that a phrase that you would still use this morning?
Absolutely, which is why we need Republicans in Congress to join Democrats in grabbing hold of the steering wheel of Venezuelan policy to prevent this from becoming blood for oil in the jungles of Latin America. In December, there were 2 resolutions on the House floor. A small handful of Republicans joined Democrats in taking back congressional power, but they failed because ultimately Republicans in Congress refused to stand up to the president. And unfortunately, we're seeing early indications they're going to do so again. You had Senator Mike Lee, for example, at first say, hey, there's no constitutional authority for the president to do this. He got a phone call from Marco Rubio, and then he tweets out again, oh, it's okay, I talked to Marco Rubio. He says Article 2 lets him do it. I mean, what a joke. What a complete joke that is. There's no inherent authority under Article 2 for the president to capture a foreign leader. There was no imminent attack about to happen against Americans on U.S. soil. Senator Lee needs to take himself more seriously.
Congressman, I know you have to go, but my other question before I let you go is, why this foreign leader? Why this dictator? There's a lot of bad people around the world who are doing a lot of bad things. If we're going to go in and start plucking people off, why is Maduro at the top of the list? Why not Kim Jong-un? Why not some of the other people who've committed terrible human rights abuses around the world? Why this guy? Why now?
300 billion barrels of proven oil reserves, the largest reservoir of proven oil reserves in the world, probably 20% of the global total. This is about oil.
Congressman, thank you for the time, as always. With us in the clutch here, live from Massachusetts, Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss. We appreciate the insights as part of our special coverage live from Washington. This is a special edition of Balance of Power, live on a Saturday morning here with many Americans just now waking up to news of strikes against Venezuela. If you are just joining us, indeed, the United States overnight conducting airstrikes against Caracas and in fact capturing Nicolas Maduro and his wife. They will be charged in the Southern District of New York. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Christina Ruffini, and we want to get back to our conversation with Mariana. If you're still with us, Mariana Atencio, a Venezuelan author and journalist, what is your thought on what you just heard from the congressman? And how often do you hear the phrase blood for oil in Venezuela?
Joe, thank you for that question, because it's a question that we absolutely need to reframe here. And I am certain that every Venezuelan will support what I'm about to say. This is not blood for oil, and this is not about regime change. We voted these people out legitimately last year. We voted for Maria Corina Machado and her running mate Edmundo González Urrutia, and Nicolas Maduro stole the election, didn't have proof for it, so he's essentially a dictator. For 25 years, he has been torturing, imprisoning people, leading to the largest refugee crisis practically in the world, definitely in our hemisphere. 8 million Venezuelans have left, which has provoked refugee crisis and immigration crises all over the Americas, including in the United States. This provoked a humanitarian crisis where in a country with so many barrels of oil, you didn't even have medicine or food. And if I may, I know it firsthand because I lost my father during that humanitarian crisis because of the lack of medicine. So this is a catastrophe that is happening, a 2.5-hour flight from Miami in our hemisphere, continuous human rights abuses that is also, by the way, spreading influence to places like Colombia, like Mexico, like Peru, and destabilizing the entire region. So this is absolutely not about oil. This is about us as a nation wanting to come back to the fold of Western democratic nations and to the values that those nations represent. And I believe it's in the interest of the United States and every single American citizen to want that as well. We have tried by every means necessary, including democratic means, to get rid of this regime. But again, as I mentioned before, Nicolas Maduro was a puppet, and you saw in his foolish, embarrassing, almost buffoonish behavior in the way that he reacted to President Trump's threats and to the buildup in the Southern Caribbean that he's clearly not calling the shots here. I am worried about right now these two power brokers that have already on the ground reacted to the news and seem to be vying for this power vacuum. Padrino Lopez and Diosdado Cabello, way more powerful and way more fearsome than Nicolas Maduro.
Mariana, I'm so sorry to hear about your father. I know that life in Caracas and Venezuela has been incredibly difficult over the last couple of years, but I do want to follow up on what you just said about these other power brokers who are in position and already vying for the job. How possible, how realistic is it for these democratic opposition leaders like Maria Machado to even, we're not even sure she's in the country, to get back into the country, to get back into power? The population of Venezuela has shown over and over again they want democracy, they are voting for other people. But those elections have not held, and there's a reason for that. It's because they don't hold the military. They don't hold the seat of power. What do you do from here? How do these people get back into the country and take hold of the reins of democracy if they are even existing at this moment?
I'm going to be very, very blunt, Christina. I think that it is not possible without the pressure and the help of the United States. So I think the most logical next step for Maria Corina Machado, and she is believed to still be outside of Venezuela, is to now meet with President Trump and to gain his full support in terms of trying to get back to Venezuelan oil so that she can truly lead a transition. This is not about regime change. This is about what we Venezuelans voted for and restoring the constitutional order. But she has no money. She has no army. She doesn't have access to the oil reserves. And this is a population that is terrified of these people that have been ruling Venezuela for 2 decades. And I may add, who do they have the full support of in terms of knowing how to do this and how to truly subjugate a populace? Cuba. You cannot underestimate the interest of the Cuban regime in maintaining these power brokers in Venezuela so they can keep getting barrels of oil and keep functioning as well. If Venezuela falls, Maria Machado has said it, it is a possibility, and I believe that's what Marco Rubio wants. It is a possibility that Cuba may fall as well, and then you have, of course, Nicaragua. So it could be a domino effect, very much like the Soviet Union, if in fact Venezuela falls. So you have other countries that are also interested in keeping these people in power and that have been controlling. Cubans are heavily involved in the security of this inner circle, in daily ways of life in Venezuela for over 2 decades, as we know.
You talked earlier about Padrino Lopez, who's the head of the military. Is there any wiggle room there? Is there any world in which, I know he's a Maduro loyalist, is there any world in which he's pragmatic enough to look at the power of the United States, to look at where the winds are going, and switch sides and support the will of the people? It's not unheard of in power vacuums like this to see the military take charge and at least nominally say they're going to call for elections. Does that seem like the logical next step, even if he doesn't really want democracy, that the military steps up and say, we will support the will of the people? Or do you think they're going to stay with the line that they support Maduro and they're waiting for him to come back or to find out what happened to him?
No, I think they already made their move, and their move was for Maduro to be removed. Their whole structure has remained. So I do believe that this could be, as I mentioned before, a negotiated exit, and maybe they're going to call for elections. But I think the main takeaway here for our listeners who are trying to understand Venezuela is that if any of these four people remain in the country, and I'm sorry, my light just went out. If any of these four people remain in the country, Padrino López, Diosdado Cabello, Delcy Rodriguez, or Jorge Rodriguez, it is not going to be a removal of this regime. It is going to be a reshuffling. These people are much more brutal. These people now know what the United States is capable of, so they are likely to be way more repressive with the population. So we absolutely, in order for this to be a victory for the United States and for the Trump administration, these four power brokers need to be removed as well. And I wouldn't believe their word for it at all if they say that they are going to play by the rules, et cetera, et cetera. These people, again, have committed heinous human rights abuses in Venezuela for decades, and if they remain, it's just going to be worse for the population.
We're talking with Mariana Atencio as part of our special coverage on Bloomberg TV and Radio with eyes on U.S. strikes on Venezuela. We have just heard from the Vice President, J.D. Vance, again on social media, the same way we heard from Donald Trump. And this is all we have to work with right now in advance of an 11 a.m. East Coast time news conference that we expect from Mar-a-Lago. J.D. Vance writing, the president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process. The drug trafficking must stop, and the stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Mariana, do you take him at his word?
Listen, I am extremely grateful for this administration for what they have done. They have really gotten us closer to freedom and the restoration of democracy than we have been in the past 2 decades. And I hope they finish the job. Finishing the job is not only removing Maduro, it is seeing Edmundo González Urrutia and Maria Corina Machado, who the Venezuelan people voted for, back in the country and back in power. And I will say, in terms of the quote-unquote seized oil tankers and the returning of the oil, because I have many people that ask me, well, what do you think about the fact that they're going to be taking your oil or seizing your oil? My answer is also this. This regime has been giving our oil to Russia, to Iran, to Cuba for the past 2 decades. We have now known from the humanitarian crisis that resulted in our country that everyday people in Venezuela are not getting that money to have a better livelihood. This regime is also making money off of drug trafficking. I defer with what the congressman said. This regime absolutely traffics in drugs. They are the leaders of El Cartel de los Soles and Venezuelans of the ground, and my reporting on the ground has proved it. Not only in recent years, this has been going on for decades. So in that regard, I will say the same thing. We desperately want to go back and come back into the fold of Western democratic nations. We don't want to be a pariah country. We want to have direct flights to the United States and other places in the world so that we can see our family members, so that we can return home in a country that is so rich in terms of not only oil, but minerals, the Venezuelan people, the Venezuelan population, that we truly just want to get back to where we were before this regime took over our country.
Mariana Antonesio, thank you so much for joining us. You're, of course, a Venezuelan author and journalist. We want to go now to Nathan Hager in our D.C. studio, who will have the latest on what we know about this ongoing story. Nathan, what do you got?
Christina, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Cilia Flores, are facing charges in the U.S. They have been captured and flown out of the country following a series of overnight airstrikes in the capital, Caracas, and at least 2 other parts of Venezuela. That's according to the government there. Venezuela's interior minister appeared on state television following the strikes, appealing for calm. Here's what he had to say.
Good morning to the people of Venezuela. We are here in the capital city, Caracas, after assessing the damage caused by the criminal attack, the terrorist attack against our people, against our homeland, against our electrical facilities, against the Bolivarian Revolution, and against those who have nothing to do with the Bolivarian Revolution. It is an attack against Venezuela, against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The military forces, the police forces here with me, is a group of them, the people, ready for any situation, ready for any event that threatens the peace of our country.
That was Venezuela's interior minister speaking through an interpreter following the attacks overnight. The first explosions heard around 2 a.m. local time. The government says military and civilian targets were hit in 3 states. Sources tell Bloomberg News Venezuela's oil infrastructure was unaffected, and Chevron, which has operations in Venezuela, sent out an update saying it remains focused on the safety and well-being of its employees as well as the integrity of its assets. Attorney General Pam Bondi says Maduro and his wife have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. The Venezuelan leaders to face charges of narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, and weapons charges. Vice President J.D. Vance posted a series of posts on X saying the president offered multiple off-ramps to Maduro. Responding to claims that the U.S. operation was illegal, the vice president says Maduro does not get to avoid justice because he lives in a palace in Caracas. Now, Democrats are condemning the strike. We heard from Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts moments ago. He says the president doesn't have the authority to carry it out or a strategy for a democratic transition in Venezuela. Attention will now turn to the opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, her stand-in candidate as well in the 2024 election, Edmundo Gonzalez. Machado is back in hiding after accepting the Nobel Peace Prize. Neither she nor Gonzalez has released a statement. And President Trump says he will hold a news conference at Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. Wall Street time, and you will hear it and see it on the special edition of Balance of Power. I'm Nathan Hager in Washington. Joe and Christina.
All right, Nathan, thank you so much. We'll be back to Nathan for updates throughout the morning here as we wait to hear from the president. Again, that's a little more than 2 hours from now, assuming things are on time. If you're just joining us, welcome to a special edition of Balance of Power. We don't often meet on a Saturday morning here on Bloomberg TV and Radio, but of course it's for good reason today. As Nathan just let us know, airstrikes overnight in Venezuela, U.S. airstrikes that not only led to the destruction of some sites in Caracas, but the capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Christina Ruffini is at my side, and we're joined as well by Bloomberg senior editor Wendy Benjaminson on duty on a Saturday morning. Wendy, it's great to see you. Struck by the timing here and as well the method of communication. The president did not greet Americans from behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office, and in fact hasn't even spoken or been seen publicly. This has all been run on social media by way of the president and J.D. Vance. Have we ever seen anything like this before?
Well, we've seen it throughout the Trump administrations, right? This is his preferred mode of communication, is just to go right out in front of people on social media and tell them whatever it is that's on his mind, as we know. The trouble is with that is that you don't get a lot of details. You can't ask the experts. You can't ask, the foreign policy people. And so we're just left right now in this long wind up to this 11 a.m. news conference with more questions than we have answers. And we, of course, are scrambling to get those now ahead of time.
And I think even folks who are not big fans of Maduro are uneasy about how this went down.
Absolutely.
We've seen a lot of statements from, obviously, the Colombian president, who's no fan of Donald Trump's, has been out in front. We're also seeing statements from the British prime minister saying he knew nothing about this. Other world leaders saying they need for information. Do we have any information, and you know this realm and this world, where would they take him? Do we think he's still on the carrier? How are they going to proceed with this? Or are we just making it up as we go along?
Right. That's a good question. I mean, they flew him out of there.
Right.
So presumably he is in the United States somewhere. We don't know where. We don't know if it's New York or Washington. We are or somewhere else. We're waiting to find out. We know that there is an indictment. Either Attorney General Pam Bondi said there was an indictment done. We haven't seen it yet. That charges him with narco trafficking and terrorism and weapons charges and things like that. But is that indictment in New York? Is that here in Washington? Like, we don't know that either. And so all of these questions are left, unsaid. So all we have is Donald Trump's word that Maduro was taken out of the country in the dead of night and brought to the United States.
This will be quite a perp walk, I guess, when it happens.
Yes.
Wendy, what do you make of the reaction from Congress? We spoke earlier this hour with Jake Auchincloss, a Democrat who was already screaming about war powers, much like his colleague Jim McGovern, who brought a War Powers Act to the floor of the House. It failed, and I suspect with a Republican majority that will continue to be the case. But we saw some early concern expressed by Mike Lee, as you likely noted on X. I look forward, this is right around 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning when this first happened. I look forward to learning what, if anything, might constitutionally justify this action in the absence of a declaration of war or authorization for the use of military force. A short time later, he updated that post to say he just got off the phone with Secretary Rubio, who I guess made him feel better about the legality here. This was force protection, is essentially what he was saying. These strikes were deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. Does that leave Congress on the sidelines?
It absolutely left Congress on the sidelines. And as Christina, you pointed out, I mean, even our closest allies didn't know about this. I mean, back in the good old days, or the old days, I should say, the Gang of Eight, the top leadership of both the Senate and the House.
The phones would have been ringing last night.
Would have been all brought together, all briefed on this. The idea is to make the whole of government, like, at least calm and okay, and not waking up to what the heck just happened.
Right. Even when they took out bin Laden, the G8 was the Gang of Eight is G8. They were notified, and that's how we found out about it.
Absolutely.
But they were up.
Now, the trouble with that from White House perspectives is that Congress leaks like a sieve, and word does get out. But the Gang of Eight can usually be trusted to keep their mouth shut for a few hours at least until the sun comes up. But yes, I do expect that even if Republicans are grumbling, on the edge of grumbling like Mike Lee, or grumbling out in private, that, the Republican leadership, they've shown that they will just allow themselves to be irrelevant and get behind Donald Trump and do whatever it is that he wants to do. But we'll see if that holds up, if the U.S. is actually going to war, because remember, the whole idea of MAGA was to bring the focus back into the United States.
There's also this idea of that you need an AUMF, an authorization of military force, to conduct these kinds of strikes. And it's always a little squishy. And look, Democratic and Republican administrations have fought with Congress about this. When it comes to Venezuela, during the first Trump administration, I remember hearing Mike Pompeo at the time try to tie in Hezbollah and some other al-Qaeda-esque groups so that they could use the authorization they were using in Iraq and Afghanistan as kind of this blanket, well, we can go after these folks anywhere. Already today, in some of the Republicans from Florida, I'm seeing mentions of Hezbollah in addition to why Maduro was such a bad guy. Do we expect to hear that argument come up more as they try to need reasons to justify the strike?
I wouldn't be surprised, Christina, if they do that, because, Venezuela is the main transit point for cocaine out of South America because of its access to all the oceans. And it does go not only to the United States, but also to Europe, to Africa and the Middle East. So once you've got Africa and the Middle East involved, then you can start attributing it to, to terror groups and things like that. The question, though, that I think Congress and Democrats will probably be asking is, but what has Maduro done to the United States? What kind of national security risk is he?
And what has he done worse
than
other actors?
Exactly. I mean, there are a lot of bad dictators on the planet. This one is in our hemisphere, but there are bad dictators elsewhere in the region. There are dictators all over the world, and we're not quite sure why Donald Trump has such a bee in his bonnet about Nicolas Maduro right now.
Well, Mike Lee is one thing. Lindsey Graham is another, not only an ally of the president, but weeks ago said we have the legal authority to do this. Listen to Lindsey Graham from the middle of December.
We have legal authority, in my view, to do in Venezuela what we did regarding Panama and Haiti. The question is, how long does it take? It's not an issue for me. If you want to stage this thing, fine. But I want to address the question, is it the goal to take him out? If it's not the goal to take him out, you're making a mistake.
Okay, so I guess now we know, or do we know, was the goal to take him out or was the goal to get the oil back?
Good question. And also, what does Lindsey Graham mean by take him out? Take him out of the country, or in the more mobster sense, assassinate him, which, the U.S. has done a few times before. So, right. We don't know. We just don't know what Trump's goals are here, because he talks about drug trafficking and how each one of those boats he killed saves, 20,000, he says, American lives from drug addiction, which is not backed up by a lot of facts. But then he also talks about the oil, and he's tracking Russian tankers, and he's, sanctioning Chinese ships. So we really just, it's sort of all over the map. And hopefully our colleagues will ask these questions. I mean, I'm sure they will ask these questions at 11, and hopefully we'll get some answers.
Yeah, it's unclear at the moment if he will be taking questions. But I will say the one good thing about President Trump is usually if you shout a question at him as he's leaving the room, he does feel compelled to answer it. So hopefully we'll get at least a few off-the-cuff remarks.
Right.
I want to ask you a little bit about the knock-on effect. We've talked a lot about a potential power vacuum and the struggle to fill that power. There's also hope, as some of our folks were mentioning, that this could have a knock-on effect with other destabilizing regimes. Possibly Ortega in Nicaragua. He's 80 years old. Maybe this could be the end of him. I think there is hope among members of this administration that it will impact Cuba adversely. We're seeing protests in Iran this week. I think there is a hope, and there is an argument I've heard from members of the administration that taking out Venezuela harms our enemies, including Iran and China and places that buy this oil.
That's right.
Do you buy that argument? Do you think this will spread, or do you think that's largely aspirational?
I think it's really too early to tell what's happening right now. We are seeing a real divide in the region from leaders this morning, where you have leaders like Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico and certainly Petro in Colombia and other places saying, this violates the UN Charter, the sort of how dare you statements. And then we have a lot of leaders saying, glad the guy's gone. And yes, there is no question that the region is better off without Nicolas Maduro. The question is whether, there's always the question that the U.S. seems to have trouble asking, which is now what? And, we don't know. There was speculation that, Machado, the opposition leader who just got the Nobel Peace Prize, we don't know where she is. She may be in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
She may be at Mar-a-Lago and is going to stand there with him. I don't know that, but there's swirling speculation that something like that might happen. It's all going to be a very interesting day.
Just consider the optics of what we might see in the days ahead. Wendy, thank you so much. Wendy Benjaminson helping edit our coverage here live from Washington. And Christina, you mentioned your time covering Mike Pompeo in the first administration. I want to bring you back to 2019 as we enter the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. On social media, a lot of folks are going back in time to consider the prior statements of administration officials, including Tulsi Gabbard. It was on the 24th of January, 2019, that she wrote on Twitter. It was known as Twitter back then. The United States needs to stay out of Venezuela. Let the Venezuelan people determine their future. We don't want other countries to choose our leaders, so we have to stop trying to choose theirs.
And the irony there is Gabbard was one of the officials the leaders who was way opposed to even the Venezuelan opposition. There was this Democratic side at the time she was a Democrat who was against any regime change and was basically supporting Maduro staying in power. They were against the Guaido government. They were against the Trump administration, giving them essentially government in exile status. They tried to give them this embassy in Georgetown that belonged to the Maduro regime, and they said it was theirs now, and there was a big fight about it. It got occupied by Code Pink protesters. It was a whole thing, and Gabbard was one of the members of Congress who was really out front about that.
Well,
how times have changed.
The internet is always there to remind us of things that we said in the past, but it's been getting new life breathed into it from critics of the administration now, and of course we see this happen across the board here. If you're just joining us, welcome to a special edition of Balance of Power. It's not often we meet on a Saturday morning. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Christina Ruffini in Washington with breaking news overnight. I guess this is the ultimate Friday news dump as we wake on a Saturday morning to news that the U.S. conducted airstrikes against Venezuela, striking several targets in Caracas as the United States military moved to capture Nicolas Maduro and his wife. They will be charged in the Southern District of New York. and an escalation here and an evolution in this story that no one could have seen coming as we celebrated New Year's here in the United States and around the world.
That's right. Helicopters seen over Caracas in the early morning, explosions, but it now seems that those might have been a slight diversion for these U.S. forces to go in and essentially pluck Maduro and his wife out, and as the president says, bring them to trial or wherever. We're still not clear where they physically are.
That's correct.
Where this trial will be happening. As you've mentioned a couple times, we're having a press conference or a press statement, depending on whether or not he takes questions later this morning. But speaking of the last administration and covering Mike Pompeo, we want to bring in Nick Wadhams, who was a State Department press corps colleague of mine at the time. He is the Bloomberg U.S. National Security Team leader. He's joining us on the phone. Nick, one of the things we're seeing now is we're getting reports that the oil infrastructure of Venezuela is intact, and we are seeing statements from the U.S. oil company still operating there that they are, waiting, but it seems like business as usual for now. Is that even possible? What do we know about that?
It's a great question. We do know Chevron, which has a license to operate in Venezuela so far, appears to have been unaffected. And, the oil issue really is a contextual bit of information that is just so important here and helps explain what the administration is doing. They have framed this as a fight against narco-terrorism, against drug trafficking, but more and more in recent weeks, we've heard the administration really emphasize this oil issue. You had J.D. Vance, the vice president, today actually saying in a tweet that the president had offered multiple off-ramps, but that he had been clear throughout the process that drug trafficking must stop and the stolen oil must be returned to the United States. So as much as some administration officials have been saying this is really about narco-terrorism, there you have the vice president saying explicitly in a tweet that stolen oil must be returned to the U.S. So it gives you a clearer sense of what the administration's priorities are.
Nick, we are going to be hearing from the president around 11 a.m., about 2 hours from now. He is, of course, still at Mar-a-Lago, but has promised a news conference. I'm assuming that will include actual questions from reporters beyond his own prepared remarks or ad-lib statements. What questions will Bloomberg News be asking? What would be your first question of the president this morning?
There are so many we're trying to sort through. For one thing, just how this all went down. Obviously, an extraordinary operation, as you mentioned, Christina. You had the attacks, what people saw on the ground, but then this covert operation, which appears to be the most stunning sort of raid of its type since the U.S. targeted Osama bin Laden in 2011. I mean, sending allegedly Delta Force Special Operations Forces into Caracas to capture Nicolas Maduro, apparently without major bloodshed, from him or U.S. forces. But then, trying to understand the details of what happened there. But also the big question, of course, is what happens now. President Trump himself had said earlier in administration he did not want to be a regime change president. He believed that intervention in the past had all involved U.S. Presidents going into situations they did not understand and spurring consequences they could never have predicted. Here we are. I mean, this is the ultimate regime change operation, obviously not on the scale of an invasion of Iraq. There's no sense that there will be or has been an invasion, but basically regime decapitation, taking the president and apparently bringing him to the U.S. for trial. So it does seem to go against a lot of the promises the president made when he came into office, but then obviously what happens next in the political vacuum in Venezuela, which is clearly something Trump himself will not be able to answer, and we won't get an answer to for months or potentially even years to come.
Nick, James Bosworth, who's the author of the Latin American Risk Report, makes the following observation that we've hit on a little bit, but not really focused on, and I want to ask you about this operation in particular. He says the fact that it occurred so smoothly is a testament to the talent of the U.S. military and the civilians supporting them. It is also a sign that there was some inside support from within the regime and the Venezuelan military for the operation. What is your take on that, and do we have any reporting that that may be the case?
Well, we know that when Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader, left Venezuela in this sort of daring, secret operation to go to Oslo to collect the Nobel Peace Prize, that the administration at that time was emphasizing, they claimed, hey, this was done in concert with some members of the regime. People knew about this, and they helped us. And they said that then as a way of signaling that, listen, this is our fight is with Maduro, and we believe, and we're claiming to you that there are elements of the regime that are willing to support the ouster of Maduro and support the United States. So obviously it's a very, very big question. Why was there not some massive gun battle at the presidential palace or wherever Nicolas Maduro was located? How was it possible that U.S. forces were able to go in and get him apparently without much of a fight? So there's so much that's unknown right now and so many questions. But I mean, the initial take, it does seem to suggest that there was some sort of cooperation there, or at least the presidential guard essentially stood down. Of course, now we have a lot of regime officials coming out and saying, vehemently that they're going to continue with Maduro's vision, and they're not going anywhere. So a lot of protestations against the U.S., obviously, but it's true, Christina, and that is one of the big questions we're trying to answer right now. It does appear to be a little bit suspicious.
To that end, Nick, we heard from James Bosworth, author of the Latin America Risk Report, who said the fact that it occurred so smoothly is a testament to the talent of the military and civilians supporting them, but also a sign that there was inside support to that end. The big question is whether that support included a post-Maduro plan. If so, will we learn that today?
We could. So the big challenge we have had around this administration's approach to Venezuela is they are pretty tight-lipped about it. Christina, as you would remember, anytime we would have even something far less severe than this, we would have heard a lot from the Pentagon, from the administration, pushing out their version of events, telling people what was happening, explaining the president's decision-making process, offering the legal rationale, telling people what would be coming next. And then the reporting was a question of trying to stand that up. Here's what the administration is saying is true, and here's what we know that should be true based on our own reporting. Of course, in this administration, we have heard absolutely nothing from the Pentagon, aside from a couple of tweets. We've heard no explanation for this. We do understand a little bit what they claim to be their legal rationale, but in terms of what comes next, they have just not given any indication whatsoever. It does seem to be clear that there are not going to be further strikes, that they got Maduro, that was their goal, and they want to bring him back to face trial in the United States. But whether or not there is some sort of succession plan, or whether the U.S. and the Trump administration is going to try to have some influence on that, obviously they will try to have some influence, but the extent to which they're actually going to do anything about it, again, a big question we're hoping to get answers to at the press conference.
All right, Nick Wadhams. Nick, thank you so much. He helps to run our national security coverage here in Washington with the very latest. We are just hearing from the President of the United States about 2 hours ahead of his news conference, as we've mentioned, referring to a few injuries in the Venezuela operation. That is the first time that we've heard that, and it's something that we'll try to get more information on here. The President saying he planned to get Maduro 4 days ago, but the weather was bad. There's a bit more we can talk about, Christina Ruffini. CNN is reporting now that plans are in the works to take Maduro to New York, where he will face charges in a Manhattan federal court. That's the latest here, knowing that he's been indicted in the Southern District of New York. And Cuba is now calling for a national rally in Havana about an hour before the President of the United States holds his news conference from Mar-a-Lago to support Maduro and, quote, reject the Yankee imperialist military aggression in Caracas, unquote.
I mean, that's rhetoric you would expect to hear from Cuba
Absolutely.
at this point, especially given the close relationship between those two nations. And I'm sure the administration is hoping that the removal of Nicolas Maduro will injure not only Cuba, but Iran and other places that have any kind of economic relationship to the regime, especially to the oil that the U.S. says, has been sanctioned and it shouldn't be buying. We want to bring in Roxana Vigil. She's an international affairs reporter focused on Latin America at the Council of Foreign Relations. She's also a senior sanctions policy advisor at the U.S. U.S. Department of Treasury. Roxana, I want to ask you, when the U.S. started going after these Venezuelan oil tankers, has the U.S. ever done that before? I mean, I've been covering sanctions for a while. I don't remember the U.S. going into international waters and actually picking out the oil. What is the precedent for that? And now that we are still holding on to that oil, given what's going on in Venezuela, legally, what can the U.S. do with it?
Good morning, Joe and Christina. The U.S. government had a few instances where it had done some enforcement actions related to oil tankers that were being used by different sanctioned countries as part of the dark fleet that moves sanctioned oil around the world. It's not just Venezuela. Russia and Iran also heavily rely on this dark fleet. But the U.S. government had not had such a large action announcing a blockade, using a naval deployment to enforce what is really a law enforcement matter. That is unprecedented. And I think one of the big questions here as well is, what happens to the blockade? What will we hear later today from President Trump? Has the Venezuelan mission been accomplished? Everyone goes home? Or is the blockade going to stay in place as a forum to pressure whatever comes next in Venezuela? In terms of the oil that's been taken, it's unclear what the legal status of that oil is and whether the blockade will continue and more tankers will be seized.
President Trump speaking on Fox News this morning, that's where those prior statements came from that I mentioned, says, compare this to Afghanistan, where we were a laughing stock all over the world. We are not a laughing stock anymore. Knowing that he watched this occur in real time from Mar-a-Lago, the president saying you had to see this in real time. You had to see this, the professionalism and the bravery, everything. He went on to say, I think this might have actually been more complex, referring to the Caracas strikes in relation to our strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities last year. He said this could not have been better. There are questions, realizing how smooth this may have gone, about whether there was a deal in place and whether it might include a post-Maduro plan. Roxana, what's your take on that?
Yeah, so my view has been that in order for Maduro to exit, there would need to be some sort of exit plan for him to not be humiliated, to not be seen as capitulating to the U.S. government. And on the other side, the U.S. government would need an exit plan for Maduro in a way that isn't seen as giving him general amnesty, giving him a really good deal. So in some ways, and again, we don't know the specifics of what happened last night, how did this come together, and what this means for the future of Venezuela. But in some ways, this action, having been relatively not as bloody as we would expect something like this to be, signals something, potentially something negotiated. It's unclear. Some opposition members have said that this was part of some negotiation. That's unclear because we don't have those specifics yet. But it has been my view that avoiding humiliation was a priority for Maduro, and avoiding being seen as giving Maduro a really good deal was also a priority for the U.S. government.
Well, that's interesting because the president is doing an interview on Fox at the moment, and we're seeing some headlines. And one of the things he reportedly just said is Maduro tried to negotiate at the end, and Trump says, I said no. And that would track because Maduro gave a television interview in Venezuela on Thursday saying he was willing to negotiate with the president on drugs, I think possibly trying to give a bit of an olive branch, seeing what was possibly coming down the pipeline. Why wouldn't the Trump administration take him up on that? And given who is in power now, well, frankly, who is running the country now? Is it a combination of these four different people? Which one is going to be the front runner, and where do you think we go?
We're in the very early hours. There's a lot of uncertainty. The executive vice president of Venezuela has claimed to be in charge, Delcy Rodriguez. She's a longtime Chavista. That's the movement that Maduro presided over, and she's a Maduro insider. So she's been, at his side in different roles in the Venezuelan government for a long time. So it's unclear if she will be in charge for a long time, if that is part of some sort of negotiated agreement, if she will be willing to work with the U.S. government on the different priorities, including migration, including the oil issues that are a priority for the U.S. government. And of course, then the question of whether it's Delcy Rodriguez or whoever comes next, what their view is on the role of Cuba, Russia, China, the countries of concern for the U.S. government going forward. And there's been some discussion about Edmundo Gonzalez. He is the individual that won the last presidential election in Venezuela, but Maduro claimed victory and stole that election. And then, of course, Maria Corina Machado, the individual that, the opposition leader, individual that won the opposition primary, but Maduro banned her from running for government. They're outside the country. Is there a plan for them to return? And what does that mean for a transition in Venezuela? Or is the U.S. government's priority really to see Maduro leave, work with a Chavista Maduro insider that replaces him, and try to find a way forward that way?
Mm-hmm. We're learning more about what unfolded in this operation from the president himself, telling Fox News that Maduro was in a house. This is a direct quote. That was more like a fortress than a house. He says it had steel doors, had what they call the safety space, whereas solid steel all around. He did not get that space closed. He was trying to get into it, the president said. But he got bum rushed so fast that he didn't get into that. We were prepared. We had massive blowtorches, he says, and everything else you need to get through that steel, but we did not need it. Having said that, Maduro asked to negotiate, as Christina mentioned, and the president said no at the 11th hour. Attorney General Pam Bondi on social media, on Twitter, saying that Maduro and his wife will soon face the full wrath of American justice. She said he's been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. Roxana, consider the optics of a Maduro perp walk. How will that play in Caracas?
It would be extremely surprising to see that, and I think it would be a big blow to Maduro's movement. With that said, there are many other hardliners that are part of Maduro's inner circle that are still there. So I think one of the things you will see is going to be a power struggle between those in Maduro's inner circle that are more willing to work with the U.S. government and those in Maduro's inner circle that are hardliners, do not want to work with the U.S. government, would rather pivot to some of the more problematic partnerships that they've been developing for many years. So I think these are the early days, early hours of all of this, and it definitely we could see someone worse than Maduro in power.
That's what I was going to ask you, because if one of the goals of this is to stabilize the region, to prevent illegal immigration, for all of his rhetoric against the president, Maduro, President Trump has not offered any kind of temporary protective status for Venezuelans. He's been very active in trying to deport Venezuelans who are here without status. This could exacerbate the migration problem, not only for the U.S., but for neighbors like Colombia, Brazil. Both of those leaders have come out strongly opposed to this action today. What are the odds that we see more people trying to leave Venezuela in the next couple months?
Right. Venezuela has been a big exporter of instability in the region for over 10 years. And the reality is that Venezuela's neighbors have been on the receiving end of millions of Venezuelan migrants that have left, really dealing with the humanitarian crisis stemming out of Venezuela. And of course, the U.S. has received hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants that have fled the humanitarian crisis, economic crisis, political crisis in Venezuela. If there is no plan to see a transition to democracy in Venezuela, and if it is going to be a Chavista taking over, potentially a hardline Chavista, I think we will see further instability coming out of Venezuela, which has serious repercussions for Venezuela's neighbors, Colombia being a really important neighbor of Venezuela that is already hosting around 3 million Venezuelans. So there is absolutely a very high risk that we'll see a period of instability following this action.
All right, Roxana Vigil, thank you so much for joining us on this Saturday. Latin America expert for the Council of Foreign Relations. We appreciate you.
Getting more headlines, Christina, as the morning goes on here and we move closer to President Trump's news conference at Mar-a-Lago. Of course, we've learned a bit from his interview with Fox News this morning, but we're also learning as well that the U.S. Army's elite Delta Force carried out this mission. This is the first time that we've seen this, according to a U.S. official, by way of CNN. A Delta Force operation, remembering the Bloomberg reports that V-22s and C-17 cargo planes from that same base where Delta is located had been deployed to the region. So we're making good on a headline that was broken by Bloomberg some 2 weeks ago. Also, Reuters News is reporting, you've been hearing the name Delcy Rodriguez, Venezuela's vice president, now in Russia, according to the Reuters News Service, which is an important headline as we try to figure out next steps here. Showing up in Russia, realizing that Vladimir Putin is watching this and not too happy with what he has seen so far today.
Yeah, that's really significant. And when you look at Putin, he's probably seeing this a few ways. I don't think Putin wants to encourage America to go in and pick off leaders that they don't like, because he could potentially be one of them at some point if the on-again, off-again bromance between him and Donald Trump ever fizzles for good. But the other issue we've talked about is kind of these spheres of influence. And this is an argument that Putin has made, and probably one he's made to the president, that Europe is his sphere of influence and the U.S. should butt out. China has made this argument with Taiwan. Asia is its sphere of influence. And we have heard from this administration and from this president, this is America's backyard. This drug interdiction, these issues that the president takes umbrage with are happening in our sphere of influence, close to American borders, and therefore it is within his rights, he has argued, to go in and take action. Now, that could be good for Putin, that could be bad for Putin, but Russia is another place that buys Venezuelan oil a lot of times. Illegal Venezuelan oil. So this is not a great day for the Russian economy either.
A lot to think about here as we make our way through the morning with special coverage on Bloomberg TV and Radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Christina Ruffini, and we're joined as well by Nathan Hager, who's got the latest from the newsroom on what we know about the strikes and the future of Nicolas Maduro. Nathan, what can you tell us?
Well, Joe, I can tell you this is a major escalation of the month-long campaign against the Maduro regime in Venezuela. A series of airstrikes on the country and the capture of both President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores. The president has been speaking on Fox News this morning. He says he watched every aspect of the operation, listened to communications from his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida. He says there were no deaths on the U.S. side, but he did mention a few injuries. He says he spoke with Maduro a week ago and that he tried to negotiate, but in the end, the president says he said no. And now he says the U.S. is involved in deciding next steps for Venezuela, including future leadership. He also says the U.S. will be strongly involved in the Venezuelan oil industry. Venezuela's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez appeared on state television following the attacks, demanding proof of life for both Maduro and the First Lady. Reuters is reporting Venezuela's Vice President is in Russia this morning. The New York Times reports that a CIA source within the Venezuelan government monitored Maduro's location in the days and moments before his capture by American special forces. The first strikes ahead of his capture were heard in Caracas around 2 a.m. local time. Venezuela's government says military and civilian targets were hit in 3 states. Sources tell Bloomberg News Venezuela's oil infrastructure was not damaged. Chevron, which has oil operations in the country, says it's focused on the safety and well-being of its employees and the integrity of its assets. Attorney General Pam Bondi says Maduro and his wife have been indicted and that Maduro will be charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, and weapons charges. CNN is reporting that plans are now in the works to take Maduro to New York, where he'll face a judge in Manhattan federal court. Democrats are condemning the strike. Congressman Jake Auchincloss told Balance of Power this morning the president does not have the authority to carry it out or have a strategy for a democratic transition. And President Trump says he will hold a news conference at Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. Wall Street time. I'm Nathan Hager in Washington. Joe and Christina.
All right, Nathan, thank you. We'll bring you that news conference when it occurs from Mar-a-Lago. 11 a.m., as Nathan mentioned, is the scheduled start time. You'll hear it and see it right here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. If you're just joining us, welcome to a special edition of Balance of Power as we bring you live coverage from the nation's capital to our global television, radio, and online audiences here on Bloomberg, with airstrikes taking place overnight. The United States striking several targets in Caracas, Venezuela, and in fact capturing Nicolas Maduro and his wife. The president reportedly on his way to New York right now, President Maduro, that is, where he will face charges having been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Our political panel is assembled as we learn more from the president in a news conference at 11 a.m., but also in an interview this morning on Fox News. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Republican strategist Lester Munson as well, from the international practice at BGR Group, having spent quite a number of years working as an analyst and staffer on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Lester, I'm wondering your thoughts now on what we've learned just in the last hour from the president's conversation on Fox, as well as some of the reporting that we have been able to gather here at Bloomberg News. The fact that there were very few shots, if any, fired. The fact that there was apparently a deal had with someone on the ground in Caracas. Questions now about whether there's a post-Maduro deal in place. The way this was carried out today, the president talking about it on Fox News with very few injuries and not much in the way of opposition on the ground here. The fact that it occurred so smoothly tells you what?
Well, it tells me, if all that is true, Joe, that tells me this was very well planned, that this was weeks, if not months in the making, that the administration has had a strategy here going back to us first hearing about U.S. military assets moving into the region. These, one thing I'd highlight are these deals for Americans detained in Venezuela over the first year of the second Trump administration. A lot of those meant contacts with Maduro and his people. There were clearly a lot of conversations going on. Clearly, the U.S. has infiltrated deeply within the old Maduro regime in Venezuela and was able to conduct what appears to be, at least for now until we know more details, an incredibly efficient operation to get Maduro out of Venezuela. A remarkable thing on a number of levels. And also, I just flagged this report from Reuters, if true, about Delcy Rodriguez being in Russia. If that is accurate, that's an amazing thing, because it appeared she had just been in Venezuela talking about follow-on governance to Maduro. If she's out of the picture, that tells us that there's a real chance for a kind of non-Maduro government to be in charge in Caracas as a follow-on here. I think that's a very good sign. Granted, there's a long way to go here, but that's a very good sign that we might be on the right path.
Yeah, Lester, that was one of the figures we've been talking about this morning, as basically the 4 strong men and women who could potentially take over. And to your point, she was out front saying, we want to know where Maduro is, we want to know where his wife is, we're ready to stand up for our country. And now Reuters is reporting she is in Russia. So that's very significant. Of course, there are still other individuals, including the head of the military and the interior minister, who are likely heirs apparent and, as far as we know, are still in the country. But, stand by, because this is an evolving story. Jeannie, I want to ask you, the president said that up until the last minute, Maduro was willing to negotiate. And this is backed up by Maduro, who gave an interview on Venezuelan television on Thursday saying he had offered to negotiate with President Trump on drugs. This is a president who prides himself on being a deal maker, who says he's creating peace around the world. He lauded himself for all the wars he says he's stopped. And yet here you have someone who reportedly says he's willing to negotiate, and Trump, the chief negotiator, says no. What is your take on this, and how can these two things be true at once? Is it just because it's President Trump?
You know, I'm not sure we can believe President Maduro when he says that he was willing to negotiate his exit. I mean, this is somebody who has brutally ruled this country for 25, 30 years. We see the emotion in people who are exiled from Venezuela, people on the ground, that he is gone. So I'm not sure I would trust that he was willing to negotiate as much as he said that publicly. But none of that excuses a United States military intervention into another country to remove militarily, doing destruction on the way, a foreign leader. So yes, I'm not sure I would agree that Maduro was willing to negotiate. I don't think that.
Well, President Trump actually just said himself. President Trump said himself on Fox, he backed that up and said he's claiming it as well, that Maduro wanted to negotiate, but he told him, quote, nope. And this is from the president who is the negotiator in chief. This is his thing. So why is Venezuela, why is Maduro different? He's willing to negotiate with Putin. He's willing to negotiate with Kim Jong-un. Why not Maduro?
Because he can take Maduro out militarily. He can't take Putin out militarily. He can't do anything to Xi Jinping. And that's Donald Trump. He is a strong man, and he will act when he knows he can act. That's how bullies are. He can take Maduro out. My only point was I'm not sure I believe Maduro that he was willing to negotiate his strategy. That said, again, it doesn't excuse the violation of international law and our own constitution in terms of what the president has done. But why he did it? Because he can exert influence in Venezuela, and he's threatened Colombia, and they could be next.
Lester Munson, what is it about January 3rd? We realized this morning it was 36 years ago today Manuel Noriega surrendered to U.S. forces in Panama. Here we are again on the 3rd of January, reminded as well that it was on the 3rd of January 6 years ago that Qasem Soleimani was killed. One of the most powerful figures, of course, in the Iranian regime. Is this all a coincidence?
Well, I guess it could be a function of, the holiday calendar at the end of the year. You don't want to do this stuff over Christmas. George Washington's voyage across the Delaware notwithstanding, maybe you wait until after the end of the year holidays for action. It does seem like a remarkable coincidence, Joe. I'm not quite ready to say that it's there's something magical about January 3rd or anything.
All right, great conversation with our panel. They're going to stay with us throughout the morning as we learn more. Lester Munson, our Republican strategist at BGR Group, and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor, our Democratic analyst. Stay close, both of you, as we learn more. We should note, Christina, we're going to have a news conference as billed by the president, but we have seen so-called news conferences before where no questions were taken. So we'll be at the mercy of, I guess, what the president plans to communicate.
And we're also getting a preview of that, or I should say our colleagues at Fox News are getting a preview of that. And there's some headlines coming out of that. The recent one, Trump has said Maduro is now on a U.S. ship.
Important.
And being taken to New York. And that was one of the lingering questions we had this morning, is where he was physically located.
So they did not put him on an airplane. He's on a ship, presumably with his wife, but I guess we shouldn't assume anything right now, on his way to New York. That indictment is in place.
I mean, that would make sense. Look, we saw choppers over Caracas early this morning. That is the way they extricated him. Those choppers obviously have a limited range. They would have flown back to the carrier anyway. And frankly, when you're transporting a leader of the world that you just picked out of his country's headquarters, you probably want to do that in a slow, steady, and safe way.
Yes.
And also, this gives the U.S. a lot of time. It gives them more time to come up with how they're going to handle it, right? They have all the time it's going to take him to get here to figure out how they're going to charge him, where they're going to charge him. I'm sure we'll hear some of that from the president in a bit. And we want to go now to Julian Lee. He's a Bloomberg News oil strategist. Julian, one of the things we have heard from the president and from Chevron this morning is that the U.S. oil assets and the oil assets in general in Venezuela were untouched. They're still functioning. Chevron says it's focused on its Venezuelan staff safety and the integrity of its assets. What do we know, and can you bring us up to speed about what's going on with the oil?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the oil is a fair way away from Caracas, and this was clearly a very targeted operation. I'm a little concerned about all this talk of it's about the oil and, the US is going to have a big say in what happens to Venezuela's oil going forwards for a couple of reasons. I mean, the first is that, yes, Venezuela is sitting on what are reputedly the world's largest reserves of oil. But if you actually dig into that, 86% of that is these tar sands from the Orinoco Belt, which very few refineries in the world can process. Very few people want it. It's difficult and expensive to extract. And if we're looking at a world where all the demand forecasts say that future oil demand is going to be driven by petrochemical feedstocks and the plastics industry, Venezuelan crude isn't what you want for that. So I would, just question how desirable that is. And the second thing is, if you look at the countries where the West has previously been involved in regime change, and if you look particularly at Iraq and Libya, the prospects for the oil industries aren't great. I mean, we're 14 years on from the toppling of Gaddafi in Libya, and Libyan production is still 25% lower than it was immediately before Gaddafi was ousted. If you look at Iraq, it took 12 years for Iraqi production just to get back to where it was when Saddam Hussein was in power. And that was with US boots on the ground, a largely US-run administration. And if you look at the Iraqi oil industry now, who's pumping all the barrels there? It's not the American companies, it's the Chinese. And that is partly because the terms that were offered simply weren't attractive. And there's no guarantee that they would be any better in Venezuela and any more attractive to US companies. And finally, of course, every barrel that's pumped out of Venezuela is competition for barrels pumped out of Texas.
Julian, we're going to talk a bit later with Terry Haynes at Pangea Policy, who points out that China is not only an important ally of Venezuela, but its largest oil customer. What does this action mean for Beijing?
Well, I mean, Beijing has imported about 60 to 65% of all the oil that Venezuela has exported in 2025. It's an important part of China's oil imports, but if you look at where China's importing oil from, it's importing it from just about every producer in the world. Its imports from Venezuela have averaged something under 500,000 barrels a day. So if it were to lose that, that would be a hit. But, if it does lose it, where does that oil go? If you want to rebuild Venezuela's oil industry and you want US companies to be a part of that, then you want Venezuela exporting oil. It needs a market for that. I don't think this would be a huge problem for China. There's a lot of oil going into Chinese storage tanks and storage caverns. That's one of the things that has been propping up oil prices. If we saw a complete loss of Venezuelan oil, which nobody's talking about at the moment. I mean, all the talk is about how the oil industry is continuing to function. But if we were to lose it, I think what we would see is a little bit less oil going into storage in China, and I don't think it would have a huge and long-lasting impact on either China's ability to buy oil or, frankly, on the oil market, which is facing a glut in most people's forecasts in any case at the moment.
Julian, I want to ask you about this line that we've heard from the administration a few times, including from the vice president and from the president, that the U.S. wants Venezuela to give back stolen oil and that stolen oil is somehow the property of the United States. Is there any justification to that? Is there any truth to that? Where is this coming from? And why does the administration think it has ownership over this oil, especially since there is a U.S. company operating in tandem with the government legally there? Why does the U.S. think it has ownership over oil that's not part of that agreement?
I think this stems from the nationalization of a number of other exploration and development projects in Venezuela. I think in particular it was Exxon, if my memory serves, that was involved there. Their project was expropriated, and I think that this probably stems from that. But that was a small portion of Venezuela's oil reserves and oil production, and to claim somehow that the entirety of Venezuela's oil reserves is the property of the U.S., I think is fanciful.
He's an oil strategist at Bloomberg News. Julian Lee, thank you so much, Julian, for the insights. As we continue our special coverage on Bloomberg TV and Radio, a special edition of Balance of Power, waiting for the president to hold forth at Mar-a-Lago with an 11 a.m. news conference, East Coast time, of course, in which we may learn more. But the president, as we've been telling you, has been speaking on Fox News, making it clear that he watched it. He said he watched it like a television show from a room that had been set up, obviously a secure room at Mar-a-Lago, in which the president says he was surrounded by generals and watched the entire operation unfold in real time. We want to add the voice of Terry Haynes, who I just referred to, of course, the founder of Pangea Policy, who was out with a client note before most people were out of bed this morning. I believe it was 5:19 a.m., in fact, Terry, and we're very happy to have you with us as part of our coverage here. You wrote, there are greater markets unknown unknowns from the Venezuela situation because it's not obvious or apparent, or whether or how the U.S. prepared others over the last weeks and months for its actions, whether U.S. allies or China. We're talking on a Saturday morning, and of course the markets will not be able to get its arms around this until futures open Sunday night and the cash session begins on Monday morning. What will investors need to hear when the president speaks and over the course of the weekend to feel better about staying long in this market on Monday?
Good morning, Joe, and Happy New Year to you and Christina. And, you know, Russ never sleeps. But I think fundamentally what markets need to hear here. Are you with me?
Yes, sir. We got you. Please.
Oh, sorry. What markets need to hear fundamentally from the president is kind of that there's a band around this. In other words, that the unknown unknowns, as I put it, hat tip to former Secretary Rumsfeld, turn into known unknowns, and that there's less of a problem. We can recall from last summer during the weekend United States airstrikes in Iran. There was a brief period on that weekend of great nervousness around exactly what was happening and how and why. By the time we got to market trading on Monday, the known unknowns got much more prevalent. Markets are very used to watching the social media back and forth and the public back and forth, and I think draw the conclusion that the public back and forth is actually all that's going on. It never is, of course, but we don't know how long the United States has been signaling, talking to allies, talking to foes like China and others about what its interests are and what they're going to do. We're about to find that out, though, I think.
Terry, how nervous do you think folks are? Markets like stability. Heck, everyone likes stability, but we seem to be getting less and less of it these days. As you look at that question of what comes next, as you look at who is taking over this country, how long that's going to take, what's happening with Maduro, these are a lot of unanswered questions that could take weeks or months or years to resolve themselves. How much is that uncertainty going to show up in the markets, in things that you're looking at? How worried are folks about what this does not only to Venezuela, but to the region as a whole?
Well, I think the answer to that question is less than they probably should. And I just say that from the track record of, let's start with October 7th of 2023. Ever since then, it's been pretty obvious. I mean, coming on the heels of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it's been pretty obvious that we've got a variety of hot wars going on throughout the planet, and we've got an awful lot of wars that aren't exactly hot, but are of many different dimensions, whether it be China pushing around in the South China Sea, threatening Taiwan, everything from that to ships trying to cut internet cables in the Arctic, all those sorts of things. Many dimensions. Russia throwing drones at the European Union. All these sorts of things, and markets power through that. So I imagine the markets are going to power through this. Firstly, because that's the track record. Secondly, because the immediate signal from the United States government through Secretary Rubio is that the United States intends no further offensive operations in Venezuela, so they'll see it as somewhat contained. Beyond that, though, you're absolutely right to point out the many dimensions of difficulties here. And if the political situation in Venezuela spins out of control, which is certainly more than a trailing risk, because it's not as if these folks are Democrats, small d Democrats, who are interested in peaceful transfers of power or anything. We're going to have a role in having to sort that situation out realistically.
We've just received confirmation from the president that Nicolas Maduro and his wife are together and, in fact, on the USS Iwo Jima. That's the ship they're on their way to New York. The president saying the helicopters took them out. They went by helicopter in a nice flight. I'm sure they loved it. But they've killed a lot of people. Remember that. Terry, you referred to China multiple times in your note to clients this morning, making it clear the Venezuela action, you write, is another Western pushback to which China must respond. What will be the response? More war games?
No, I think that's part of it, Joe, frankly. But I think the fundamental response is going to be an economic one. They've shown themselves capable of doing that. I think people need to understand that the way the administration looks at Venezuela, the way the administration looks at South America, has been very public. They've been very public and they've been very explicit about this. Most recently, in the national security strategy that was released in November, and in that national security strategy, something called the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine was discussed, and I think you're seeing an expression of it today, frankly. You've got a situation here where the administration finds intolerable a situation where China already is the biggest trading partner to South America, but more importantly is trying to use that economic power to bootstrap geopolitical influence in South America. They're pushing back all across the continent, plus Panama, in a variety of different ways, whether it be bucking up Milei in Argentina, whether it be pushing back in Colombia, whether it be this operation in Venezuela, whether it be the now year-long back and forth over the future of the ports around the Panama Canal, which are controlled by Chinese interests. So, I think what Trump is doing fundamentally here is making it clear that there's a very strong pushback in South America against Chinese interests, and I would expect China not to let that opportunity go by and, frankly, try to rattle the United States cage somehow. There are a variety of ways they can do that, everywhere from continuing to be difficult on rare earths, which they've been difficult on for 9 months now, to other sorts of economic sanctions, all kinds of things. But I would not expect this to go without being countered by the Chinese economically some way. And as you point out, I think also maybe even stepping up war games in the Pacific or South China Sea in some way.
Yeah, God knows they've been doing plenty of them. Terry, it's really great to have you and your analysis as we anticipate the market open on Monday morning. He's joining us from an undisclosed location in the Caribbean. Terry, be safe. The founder of Pangea Policy with us on this breaking news. Terry, thank you so much. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Christina Ruffini, and we are here for breaking news and a news conference that's scheduled to take place a little more than an hour from now. President Trump will be speaking live from Mar-a-Lago with airstrikes in Venezuela. Several sites targeted in Caracas, and now the capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. They are steaming to New York right now aboard the USS Iwo Jima. We want to update all the information that we have from the newsroom here in Washington, D.C. Nathan Hager has the very latest for us as part of our special coverage on Bloomberg. Nathan?
Joe, as you say, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are facing charges in the U.S. They have been captured and taken out of the country following a series of overnight airstrikes in Caracas and other parts of the country. President Trump confirmed that in an interview with Fox News that just ended this morning. Here's what the president had to say.
Well, they'll be heading to New York. You know, they were indicted in New York, and also.
So were they taken to a ship first, and then?
Yes, to Iwo Jima. They were on a ship.
Okay.
But they'll be heading into New York. The helicopters took them out, and they went by helicopter in a nice flight. I'm sure they loved it. But they've killed a lot of people.
That was the president speaking to Fox News. He says he watched every aspect of the operation and listened to communications of the attack from his Mar-a-Lago home. The president says there were no deaths on the American side. He did mention a few injuries, though. The president is comparing Maduro's capture to the killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, something else that he oversaw in his first term. The president says he spoke with Maduro a week ago and that the Venezuelan leader tried to negotiate, but in the end, he said no. The New York Times is reporting that a CIA source within the Venezuelan government monitored Maduro's location in the days and moments before his capture by U.S. Special Forces. And now President Trump says the U.S. will be heavily involved in next steps in Venezuela, as well as its oil industry. Sources tell Bloomberg News Venezuela's oil infrastructure was not damaged in the overnight airstrikes. The president also says he'll look into backing opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, though he also notes that Venezuela has a vice president. Reuters is reporting that Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is in Russia. Russia's TASS news agency says that is fake news. Attorney General Pam Bondi says Maduro has been indicted in the Southern District of New York, where he will face charges of narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, and weapons charges. China's Xinhua news agency is reporting that Beijing is strongly condemning the attack. Maduro had hosted a high-level Chinese delegation in Caracas just yesterday. Again, the president has just spoken to Fox News. We expect to hear more from him in a news conference from Mar-a-Lago in just a little more than an hour from now. I'm Nathan Hager in Washington. Joe and Christina, back to you.
Okay, Nathan, thank you so much. We'll be close to Nathan Hager, of course, for the duration here, gathering the very latest on Bloomberg TV and Radio. There are a lot of headlines swirling around this morning, and it's great now, Christina, to have the president's voice on this to confirm some of the reports that we've been hearing. But we're only going to bring you what we know to be true, as always, here on Bloomberg. And I hope that's why you're with us. It's not often we get to spend time together on a Saturday morning. Christina Ruffini with us here in Washington as we wait for the president with a lot of questions about the legality of this maneuver.
One of the things that's interesting to me, as Nathan just mentioned, the New York Times is reporting that the CIA is confirming that they had a source within the Venezuelan government that monitored the location of Maduro in the days and moments to come before this attack, and that they were monitoring him by drones. It's interesting to me that they are openly confirming that. That right? To me says there's a strategy here. They are trying to sow distrust, discontent, and paranoia within the remaining members of Maduro's apparatus. We've talked about the four big ones. It now appears there are reports that the vice president has left and is actually in Russia, so they're down to possibly three. And, you know, there will, of course, be infighting. As we see, anytime a president is taken out, there's always a vacuum. And I think what the agency is trying to do by saying openly, this is how we got him, they're signaling, and you could be next. We have these sources. We are in your apparatus. We have people inside your palaces. We could be coming for you next if you don't leave.
Yeah, the phone calls coming from inside the House.
100%.
The Attorney General on X a short time ago, knowing, as we just heard from the president, that Maduro and his wife are on the USS Iwo Jima. He has been charged, she writes, with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices against the United States, saying that they will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. That's where we start our conversation with Claire Finkelstein, professor of law and professor of philosophy at the University of Pennsylvania Law School, faculty director of that school's Center for Ethics and the Rule of Law. Professor, welcome to Bloomberg TV and Radio. It's great to have you with us as part of our special coverage. I'm sure the president will add more color to this and maybe more facts when he speaks with reporters an hour from now. But as you just heard, the Attorney General says that Maduro is being charged in the Southern District of New York, a place, of course, you're quite familiar with. How does Jay Clayton go about charging a foreign leader over the charges that I just described?
Well, it's not an easy thing to do, but in this case, it'll be conspiracy charges and conspiracy to traffic cocaine, to import cocaine to the United States, to flood the United States with cocaine, and to cause the death of Americans. We've been there before. I guess Maduro was charged in 2020, but obviously he was not here to stand trial. It's a relief that at least he isn't being hustled off to Guantanamo, or that there aren't some kind of special commissions being established, that it's going to see a court of law. But of course, the manner in which he got there was not exactly legal and is a flagrant violation of international law.
Claire, I want to ask you about the legality, trying to anticipate some of the arguments you might hear from the administration. We talked a little bit about this earlier. My question is, because the administration argues that Maduro is not the rightful leader, because this administration and the U.S. do not recognize the results of the election, and that's been contested. There are multiple contested elections in Venezuela now. Could they argue that this is not some sort of extrajudicial regime change action, that this is a strictly law enforcement action, that they are going after a terrorist who did not hold any legitimate power like they would anywhere all over the world? Can they make that argument?
They can make any argument they want, but they'd be wrong. For sure, he's not a good guy, but we don't get to decide on the legitimacy of elections around the world. We can take that position as a matter of diplomacy, but as a matter of international law, there's something called international sovereignty. And the basic structure of Westphalian states is that states that are recognized internationally, states that have standing in the United Nations, are states that have a zone of protection around them, just as we have our zone of protection. And you are not allowed to penetrate the land, the airspace, of the sea rights of another state, and certainly not allowed to kidnap the leader of another state and bring them back to your country to stand trial without violating international law. It is an act of war against Venezuela. It gives them a right of self-defense against us. And it's very clearly an illegal strike, since we are not in a war, or were not in a war with Venezuela before we started the acts of aggression against it. So as much as we may not like Maduro, there are lots of leaders around the globe that we do not like and we would love to see go away. We do not have the right to start attacking them and bringing them back to the U.S. to stand trial.
Well, considering the charges relate to the trafficking of drugs, Professor, I wonder how we factor in President Trump's recent pardon, this was only weeks ago, of the former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was convicted of trafficking hundreds of tons of cocaine into this country. Could that pardon impact the outcome of this case?
It shows a basic hypocrisy in our aims, given that we're going to be charging him and trying him on drug charges. The question is, how much is the administration really motivated by curbing the flow of drugs into the United States? It's not at all clear that that's the aim. Venezuela, of course, is an oil-rich country. We are very interested in that oil. The president has made that clear on numerous occasions. And of course, in an effort to make ourselves less dependent on Russian imports, the president went to Maduro quite a while ago and tried to strike a deal around the use of Venezuelan oil. So, and did not get the terms that he wanted on that. So the administration's motives here may be very suspect, and I can imagine that could come into play at trial.
Setting aside for a moment the spurious legal ground that they are on taking this action, they have taken it, and I'm wondering what you think the charges will be, what they look like, and what the burden of proof would be for something like this.
Right. So it'll be a standard burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, it's extraordinary to be talking about a standard legal procedure in such an amazing and unprecedented set of circumstances. But again, that's the relief of having this in an actual U.S. Federal court, and it'll be conspiracy charges. There have been a number of drug dealers who have been convicted in the last several weeks, and of course we didn't know to be connecting those dots, but there are individuals who have been connected, and there may be conspiracy charges that will be connecting those individuals with the Maduros. So that will be something that we'll need to be watching for, and looking at how the government actually tries to connect these cases. But the claim is that there is a ring of narco-terrorists, drug traffickers, if you will, who have the status of terrorists. And it looks as though these plans have been in the works for a very long time. So the president's executive orders declaring drug traffickers to be narco-terrorists plays into the way one thinks about this as well, in an effort to try to establish international jurisdiction and to try to link the war on drugs to the war on terror.
So will this be a kangaroo court in New York?
Oh, no, I don't think so. The Southern District of New York is a very reputable, very law-abiding court. There's a very experienced judge who has already been assigned to the case, and it will, I have no doubt that the charges and the proceedings will take place very much according to law. Once again, the biggest problem is how the Maduros got there, the operation, the international aspect of this. But as defendants, and we don't know whether or not Mrs. Maduro will actually be a defendant in this case, but it looks as though she may be charged with conspiracy alongside her husband. But as defendants sitting before a judge in a court, I have no doubt that the judge will follow the law. So I think that that is a bright spot. It's extraordinary, however, that it's taking place this way after years and years of effort to try to bring, for example, defendants in the war on terror who went to Guantanamo into the Southern District of New York. In particular, I'm thinking about Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and the effort Obama made to bring him into the Southern District of New York, and the impossibility of that effort, the resistance to that effort, bringing Maduro into that same court would have been thought too fantastical had one seen it in the cinema.
If you had been assigned this case, would you have taken it? Would you have had a choice?
As a prosecutor, or as a judge, I would certainly have taken this case. Any chance to get a case like this into a more rule of law framework is an important opportunity. I'm just so glad that it will see the light of day, that he isn't rotting away in some secret government black site prison. I think that's the very important part of this, so that the American people will have a chance to fully look at what's going on and consider the law. Any opportunity that we have to bring real law to these operations, which frankly have been so incredibly lawless, the strikes on the supposed narco-terrorist drug boats, have been extremely problematic, with really no foundation in international law whatsoever. This is, by comparison, a relief, but as I say, only once you're in the Southern District of New York. The strikes on Venezuela last night had no justification in international law, but the United States has a long history of thumbing its nose at international law, so I think that we're not particularly interested in those concerns, and I don't know how those concerns will play out in a trial. I can imagine they will be relevant and will be objected to by his defense attorneys.
helping us conduct some legal compartmentalizing. Claire Finkelstein, thank you so much, Professor, with us from the University of Pennsylvania Law School. Christina Ruffini, a really important angle here as we consider what will be a very long road in the courts for the Maduros.
Right. We've talked about where this goes legally. We've talked about where it goes diplomatically. But the other thing we need to talk about is what this means for the economy of Venezuela. Sure. Venezuelans have suffered under record-breaking inflation over the last decade. It's gotten slightly better or slightly less terrible recently. But where do we go from here? And what is life going to be like for Venezuelans? And for that, we want to bring in Chris Kennedy, Bloomberg Governor, BGov lead for economic statecraft. Chris, what do you see next? Is there a positive scenario that could be good for the Venezuelan economy? What is the most likely scenario here?
Thanks, Christina. So there is a positive scenario, and at Bloomberg Economics, we're thinking that it's probably a little bit more likely now. The positive scenario would be a quick transition or transition to a transitional government that can then lead the Venezuelan government toward elections. In terms of the economic impacts, as you mentioned, Venezuela's economy has suffered severely. Over the last 15 years, we've seen GDP crater about 75%. And almost all the export revenues based on oil, which as President Trump's actions recently has really throttled the ability of the Venezuelan government to generate that foreign exchange. In a positive scenario, we would expect some additional oil production to come online shortly. We would also expect probably a lot of support from the U.S. government to deal with, various, near-term needs in terms of ensuring that there are enough humanitarian supplies, food, et cetera, for the people. Of course, if there is a negative scenario, a power vacuum, additional fighting, that could contribute to an even worse humanitarian crisis in the country.
Mm-hmm. Chris, it's great to have you with us, and we appreciate your insights. You're an expert in economic statecraft, and as we prepare to talk with Bob McNally at Rapidan about energy prices, about the impact on the oil market, I want to stick with the statecraft idea for a moment here, because obviously there are a lot of cross currents, and there will be answers to what has taken place and what will take place as the president tries to seize upon what he believes is the U.S. right to oil under the ground in Venezuela. What will be China's economic statecraft in response?
That's a great question. China has so far, I think, taken a pretty, not too aggressive of an approach. Obviously, today's events might precipitate some additional response from China. But China has other sources of oil in the world. They're heavily reliant on imports from Russia, but they also import a lot of legal oil. This is what we're seeing now is the Trump administration really execute on its new national security strategy that called for a revitalization of the Monroe Doctrine with a Trump corollary, really exerting a lot of influence over the Western Hemisphere. And so I would be surprised to see too much of an aggressive action by China or Russia or, any of Venezuela's traditional allies that tend to be adversaries of the U.S. But of course, anything can happen.
I'm wondering if one of our previous guests was talking a little bit about whether or not the reality is if the Maduro regime leaves and something else replaces it, if we see what happened in places like Iraq, where the thought may have been the U.S. would profit or benefit from access to those oil resources, and at the end of the day, it actually ended up being China who did it faster and cheaper and was able to get in there and is now, playing a big part in that role. Is that a risk here? I understand that China may not be as aggressive in Venezuela as it could be, but could that change if we see a power vacuum or an economic vacuum?
Yeah, I think the biggest risk for Venezuela is a power vacuum. I would say that, we don't have the same sort of sectarian tensions in Venezuela that we saw in various countries in the Middle East where the U.S. has intervened in recent decades. We also, the geographic proximity matters a lot. The U.S. has built up a massive military presence off the coast of Venezuela. There aren't, the similar sort of like neighborhood effects. There is no, Iran sitting next to Iraq, for instance. And so I think it's less likely we'll see the sort of destabilizing, spiral that we saw in the Middle East post-invasion in Iraq. Of course, anything can happen in a power vacuum. And I think the Trump administration is probably looking to ensure that there is a transitional government that can maintain stability, and hopefully with the support of the remainder of the Venezuelan military to prevent a destabilizing pattern that could lead to chaos and then open the door for other countries with interest to step in.
Install may have been the correct verbiage there.
Yeah, how true. And we've talked so much in this conversation about China and to a lesser extent Russia. How about throughout the region, Chris? Cuba, for instance, is holding a national rally scheduled for right now to show support for Maduro and to, quote, reject the Yankee imperialist military aggression in Caracas. Will we hear similar language throughout Latin America?
I don't think we'll see that sort of language from most countries in Latin America. Cuba has a very close connection with Venezuela. It's highly dependent on Venezuela for oil. Some of the oil that it receives from Venezuela, it then diverts and sells for hard currency. So Cuba is really in a bind now. And I do think that the Cuban government views this action as potentially existential for them. We all know Secretary of State Marco Rubio has, based his career on taking a hard line against the Cuban regime, and I'm sure in Havana they are worried about what might be next. I think we'll probably see more mild and potentially some supportive reactions from other countries. I think we have to remember that a number of Latin American countries rejected Maduro's claim to win the election in 2024, and they see this regime as illegitimate. Of course, I think everybody is very concerned anytime there's unilateral action like this from the U.S.
All right, Chris Kennedy, Bloomberg government lead on economic statecraft. Thank you so much for joining us on a Saturday.
We talked about the impact on the oil market, Christina, and there's one voice that we want to seize on for this part of the story because this is a big part of the story. You heard Congressman Jake Auchincloss earlier use the phrase blood for oil. When we spoke with him, the Democrat from Massachusetts, a critic of this operation, but even the President of the United States has said that we are there to get our oil back. Bob McNally has had his eyes on this from his perch as the founder, CEO of Rapidan Energy. Not only an oil market analyst, but we talked to Bob a lot because of his sensitivity to politics, having spent years as a White House energy advisor to President George W. Bush. He is also author of the book Crude Volatility, The History and the Future of boom-bust oil prices. Bob, it's great to have you back. I'll ask you about motivations in a moment if you'll indulge us. I just wonder your thoughts on the immediate impact on the oil market and whether we see a softening in prices. What's about to happen?
Happy New Year, Joe and Christina.
You too.
I think we're going to see what happens over the weekend, but assuming no unrest that leads to disruption of energy production and flows, I think it'll be pretty modest. We were looking at about 300,000 barrels a day of lost production due to the blockade on sanctioned tankers. Now, unless we have a really friendly regime on tomorrow night, I think we're still going to see that blockade. Venezuela's running out of places to store its crude. Ships are afraid to go in. So I still think we're looking at that relatively modest loss of supply. But I don't think the market's going to be too worried about it. Joe, we've talked about this for years. Since 2019, the market's been in yawn mode when it comes to geopolitical disruption risks. And that includes Russia and Iran, let alone Venezuela, which is pretty small. So all else equal, I would expect the market to be pretty soft. Here's the one different thing, though. The president has been very vocal about Iran and met recently with the Israeli prime minister, clearly stated he's opposed to Iran trying to reconstitute its missile programs, nuclear programs, and threatened to intervene to save protesters if they are shot. So I think one thing that's going to happen, and we're surprised this hasn't happened already, is markets are going to take President Trump a little more seriously when it comes to threats involving energy, when energy is at stake.
Mm-hmm. That's really interesting. And I'm wondering how you see other major petrostates. I'm thinking Saudi, Russia. How do you see them responding to this U.S. action, and how are they going to feel about the U.S. wading into some pretty interesting geopolitics here that could impact a lot of financial markets around the world?
Well, I think the major oil producers, Saudi Arabia, UAE, others in OPEC Plus, are mainly considered worried about stability of prices in the near and the long term. Near term, Venezuela doesn't really threaten much. If anything, we're going into oversupply. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if we lost a few barrels from places like Venezuela or Russia. But it's really long term where OPEC Plus will be focused. Venezuela is a founding member of OPEC. It was the first. And I think there's some discussion in Washington, there's some buzz, will President Trump pressure a friendly post-Maduro regime to leave OPEC? I think no, he will not. But that'll be a concern, I think, that you'll see a little bit. But that's longer term, depending on what kind of regime follows Maduro.
We should note that the FAA is now notifying commercial airlines to avoid Caribbean airspace. This is a headline that just crossed the terminal from Agence France Presse, citing a potentially hazardous situation amid military operations to capture Maduro. Of course, this is apparently said and done. The president telling Fox News a short time ago that Maduro and his wife are on the USS Iwo Jima right now on their way to New York, where they will face charges. The reaction from China has been pronounced. Bob McNally saying that it is deeply shocked by the strikes on Venezuela and its capture of Maduro, strongly condemning what it calls the U.S.'s blatant use of force against a sovereign state and action against its president. As Venezuela's biggest oil customer, what does this mean for Beijing?
I think it's a lot of bark and not much bite from Beijing. Venezuela is about 4% of their imports. Now, look, they're getting those barrels for a steal. Chinese teapots love to slurp that heavy, sour crude oil at bargain base. Who wouldn't enjoy doing that? But there's other oil available, Russia, even Iraq, Canada, other countries make it. It's not fatal for Chinese imports. It's not as if we're cutting off Russian or Iranian supplies. That would be much more material for China's energy picture. So, and I think China respects spheres of influence. I think the real question, Joe, folks are asking is, well, does this mean that President Trump will give China a free hand in Taiwan or President Putin a free hand in Ukraine? If we can do Venezuela, can these other? I think not. I think that's overplayed. But that, I think, is the question, is what will Beijing conclude about its ability to act in its own backyard?
And what is the horizon for U.S. oil development in Venezuela? If all were to go according to the administration's plan, somehow the American oil companies, more than what's there now, got in and were able to start taking over. What are we looking at? How long would that take, and what kind of impact would that be? We've talked about its heavy oil sands crude. A lot of it is refined already in Louisiana. It's not easy to use. What kind of impact would that have on the oil market overall?
Well, it's a long and winding road to invoke the song, really. There are claims still outstanding or payments still outstanding from the nationalization of U.S. projects 20 years ago when I was in the White House and we got kicked out. There's all kinds of questions about the status of the infrastructure, maintenance, and so forth. So I think companies will be excited, but cautious and deliberate, and there's all kinds of legal and political questions. So, I see some estimates out there that Venezuela could be up by 2 or more million barrels a day in 5 years or so. I think we're a little more cautious. It is a potential huge increase if you can get those heavy oils projects restarted again and upgraded and so forth. Huge potential increase, but I don't think it's around. I think we're talking about many years, Christina, many years, lots of uncertainty, long and winding road.
Really interesting. We have the indictment, Bob and Christina. It is 25 pages long, and I'm looking at the PDF as we speak. I just did a quick search while you were talking, Bob. The word oil is only used once. There are repeated references to drug trafficking and some of the other charges that he's facing. Was this about oil or not?
Partly it was about oil, Joe, no question. The president has made that very clear in his public remarks. I'm very sure, even going back to the first term, Venezuela was in the sights of the Trump administration, partly, not entirely, but partly due to oil. The president feels U.S. companies were unjustly kicked out. Our adversaries were invited in, not just in oil, but in narco trafficking and other things. And sort of, Venezuela is just the poster child, if you will, from what your earlier colleague was talking about, which is the first manifestation of the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. Oil was a part of it, not the only thing, but certainly a part of it.
All right, Bob McNally, thank you so much for making us slightly smarter on that issue. Joe's already smart. I'm catching up a little bit here, but we really appreciate it. Founder and president of Reframing Energy Group, we appreciate you joining us on a Saturday.
Happy New Year to you as well, Bob. Thank you for joining us as part of our special coverage live from Washington. We're about 40 minutes out, if the president is on time, from a news conference at Mar-a-Lago, with the U.S. conducting strikes overnight against Venezuela and capturing Nicolas Maduro and his wife. They are now on their way to New York to face charges. All of this just unfolding in roughly the last 12 hours or so. Most Americans just waking up to this news now, and the reaction from Capitol Hill and from world leaders has been pronounced. We want to bring you up to date on the very latest. Nathan Hager has that for us from the newsroom here in Washington. Nathan, what do you have?
Joe, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are on their way to New York to face drug and weapons charges in the U.S. This after a series of overnight airstrikes on Caracas and other parts of the country, and the capture of Maduro and the First Lady by U.S. Special Forces. President Trump says he watched every aspect of the operation from his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida. He spoke in an interview with Fox News this morning. Here's what he had to say.
Well, they'll be heading to New York.
That was President Trump speaking on Fox News. He said no Americans were killed in the attack. He mentioned a few injuries, though. He said the Venezuelan president and his wife are aboard the USS Iwo Jima on their way to New York. The president says he spoke with Maduro a week ago and that he offered to negotiate, but in the end, the president says he said no. And now, with Maduro out of the country, the president says the U.S. will be strongly involved in Venezuela's oil industry as well as its transition of power. The Justice Department has released a new indictment of Maduro, his wife, and others for an alleged role in narco-terrorism conspiracy. The U.S. first filed charges against Maduro for corruption, drug trafficking, and other crimes in the final months of President Trump's first term in 2020. The New York Times is reporting that a CIA source within the Venezuelan government monitored Maduro's location in the days and moments before his capture. Agence France-Presse is reporting that the FAA notified commercial airlines to avoid Caribbean airspace this morning, citing a potentially hazardous situation amid the operation to capture Maduro. More reaction is coming into the attack from Washington. Senate Majority Leader John Thune posted on X that Maduro's capture is an important first step. He says he looks forward to more briefings when the Senate gets back next week. Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts told Balance of Power this morning that the president doesn't have the authority to carry out the attack or a strategy for a democratic transition. And global leftist leaders have condemned the attack as well. Cuba has called for a national rally in Havana to begin earlier this hour to show support for Maduro, and we expect to hear more from President Trump. He says there will be a news conference at Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. Wall Street time. If he keeps to that time, you will hear it and watch it on this special edition of Balance of Power. I'm Nathan Hager in Washington. Joe and Christina, back to you.
All right, Nathan Hager will be back with more as part of our special coverage here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. Welcome to our global audiences online as well. Thank you for joining us here as we anticipate a news conference from President Trump. He's at Mar-a-Lago. Christina Ruffini by my side here, and we're going to be with you for the duration as we started early this morning, and we'll carry on through that news conference with so many questions to be asked and answered at this point, Christina, even hours after this took place. President Trump was speaking on Fox News earlier and did confirm the reporting here suggesting that Maduro and his wife were pulled out of bed in a raid on their home, with U.S. military involved, of course, special forces, special Delta forces involved here in Venezuela. We want to talk to somebody who's not only been covering the situation in Venezuela, but has spent time with Nicolas Maduro, none other than Eric Schatzker, the editorial director at Bloomberg New Economy. And this was, I believe, in 2021. Eric, thank you for joining us. I want to bring everybody back to that conversation that you had with Nicolas Maduro in 2021. Let's all listen.
I would say to President Joe Biden to stop from the White House, from the Department of State, the demonization of Venezuela, the demonization of the Bolivarian Revolution, the demonization of President Nicolas Maduro, and that hopefully we can find paths of reconciliation, of respect, paths of mutual benefit, and paths that allow us to normalize relations between the United States and Venezuela.
That, of course, took place in the prior administration, but you could sub in the name Trump for Biden pretty easily in that case. Eric, thank you so much for joining us. I can only imagine the thoughts that you have right now on the morning that Maduro was captured from his home, along with his wife. As one of the few Americans who has sat down with him in the past couple of years to talk about all of this, what do you suspect is going through his mind right now as he sits aboard the USS Iwo Jima on his way to New York?
Boy, Joe, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Christina. Good question. I would have to imagine that Maduro, who back in that interview in June of 2021 thought he had some leverage, must be regretting some decisions that he's made in the roughly, call it 3.5 years since then. There was an opportunity, whether it was in 2021, 22, 23, perhaps even at the beginning of the second Trump administration, to negotiate with the United States. And as you heard from President Trump himself, indirectly via his interview with Fox, there was some discussion in recent days between Maduro and Trump as to whether a deal was possible. Trump, as he said, ultimately rejected that. But the problem, of course, is that Maduro remained defiant in those years since and didn't demonstrate the kind of goodwill that would have been necessary to achieve some kind of a rapprochement or even some kind of a deal guaranteeing, his security in exchange for regime change. I'll take you back to the elections in Venezuela in 2024 that everybody knows, weren't credible. Whether you want to call them rigged, whether you want to call it ballot stuffing, whatever the case may be, Maduro didn't win the election fairly. And again, just another demonstration of a lack of goodwill. And so without the goodwill, without any leverage, clearly, he had few options, and Trump chose to play a much more powerful card.
Eric, I want to ask you, in the last few minutes, the Justice Department has posted the indictment. There's a few names in here: Maduro, his wife, his interior minister, who is being named as one of the people who could potentially replace him. Last I checked, I thought he was still in Venezuela, but we haven't heard from him in a couple minutes, so you never know at this point. But the thing that stands out to me is there's a section here that tries to tie the Maduro and the indictment to different transnational terrorist groups, including FARC, the ELN, which is a militant group in Colombia, the Sinaloa cartel, the Zetas, they operate mostly in Mexico. There's a litany of, the usual suspects here. How realistic are those ties to the Maduro regime, or is the administration just kind of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks?
I'm inclined to go with the latter, but the truth of the matter is, Christina, I don't know. And I don't think very many people really do know the extent of Venezuela's ties and support for international, narco-terrorists, whatever you want to call them. Quite honestly, I think a more important question at the moment is what happens next in Venezuela. There's a lot that we don't know. We don't know the degree to which the Venezuelan military was complicit with this attack and the seizing of Maduro and his wife. We don't know if anyone in the Venezuelan government, whether it's the interior minister, the vice president Delcy Rodriguez, her brother Jorge, Diosdado Cabello, we don't know if any of these key figures in the Maduro government were collaborating, perhaps, with the Trump administration. And we don't know yet what the popular reaction is going to be. There are certainly some people in Venezuela who will celebrate the fact that Maduro is gone and something is about to change, but we don't know what the change is going to look like. We don't know who's going to govern. We don't know whether anyone who steps up to govern is going to have the support of the military, which is critical. We don't know whether there's going to be an orderly transition of power. Is this going to be more like, I don't know, to draw a couple of extreme examples, is this going to look more like Chile in 1970, when Salvador Allende, the president at the time, was bombed out of the presidential palace and was succeeded by Augusto Pinochet, or if it's going to be total chaos like we had in Afghanistan. We don't know yet whether the Trump administration has a plan. And if it has a plan, is that plan going to require American boots on the ground to execute? Is there some kind of a transitional operation, ready to take the place of Maduro himself and his henchmen, his closest advisors? And that, of course, is going to determine, for the interests of the Bloomberg audience, what's going to happen with tradable Venezuelan securities. There's $30 billion of Venezuelan sovereign debt. There's about $30 billion of debt issued by the Venezuelan state oil company, PDVSA, which trades and has been trading and has been rallying in recent weeks, but it's still sort of in the 25 to 30 cent per dollar neighborhood. If there's some kind of sense that Venezuela is ultimately going to make good on this defaulted debt with some kind of a new stable regime in place, then you could see that debt rallying much more strongly in the coming days. Or if there's no sign of a stable transition, it's anybody's guess.
Consider then, Eric Schatzker, the first comments from Maria Corina Machado, speaking now for the first time since the strikes, that's right, were made public. It is time for Venezuela popular sovereignty to arrive. Is she right? And what does this mean for her future?
Well, she would clearly like to be the president of Venezuela. And there are supporters inside Venezuela, who voted overwhelmingly in favor of the opposition in the last election in 2024, who would like to see either Maria Corina or perhaps another prominent member of the Venezuelan opposition take power. But again, for that to happen, it's not just do we have to see an election? Certainly, at some point, we would like to see a democratic election in Venezuela, again, to provide legitimacy to whomever takes over from Maduro. But again, I don't want to make it sound as though all we have are questions. We do have a few answers, but who is the military going to support? And if the military doesn't get behind one of these prominent opposition figures, whether it's Maria Corina Machado, as I say, or someone else, it really is anyone's guess as to how quickly and even whether order is restored in Venezuela. Right now, I'm not suggesting it's anarchy right now. I think right now people are still recovering from the shock and awe of the attack and the seizure of Maduro. But the next several hours, today, tomorrow, Monday, will be critical for sure in giving the world a sign as to what's going to happen next.
Eric, we're waiting for the president to give a news conference at Mar-a-Lago. Sources there have been telling us they've been meeting nonstop pretty much for the past couple of days, including last night. But I'm wondering, if you were a betting man, do you think Maria Machado shows up next to the president at this press conference today?
Ooh. Well, it kind of depends on what her whereabouts are and whether she was clued in to this operation. I'm not a betting man. Let's put it that way. I try to stay away from the casino and
fair enough.
But clearly, if she were informed, if she were part, if you will, of the scheme, of the plan, it wouldn't be crazy to see her standing next to the president. But I just don't know. For some people, that could be a very pleasant surprise.
Eric, thank you. It's great to see you, and we appreciate your time. Eric Schatzker, editorial director of Bloomberg New Economy, who spent time with Maduro in a different administration with some very similar concerns at the time. But what an evolution, Christina, that we have seen since then. We're going to continue our coverage here live from Washington with more remarks coming from Machado. Taking to X, we are prepared to honor our mandate and assume power. Bloomberg News reporter Bill Ferries is with us, having spent quite a bit of time reporting in Caracas over the course of his career. Bill, what do you think this means for the future of Machado? And might she, as Christina asked, appear at Mar-a-Lago? Is she talking to Trump?
Well, she's certainly been in frequent communication with Trump, and in particular with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has known her as an opposition leader for well over a decade. So those two are that's probably her closest ties to the U.S. administration at this point. I have no insight on whether she makes an appearance at Mar-a-Lago. I think the biggest questions, as your previous guest highlighted, are really, who is going to be running Venezuela in the hours and days ahead, assuming Machado is not in the country. We've seen the reports that Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, former foreign minister, is not in Russia, as was earlier reported by, I think, some other outlets. But Maduro wasn't really alone in power. He had a huge network of particularly military officials who helped him get there after Hugo Chavez passed away and helped him stay there. So are they just going to fold over for the opposition? I think that is going to be a huge question going forward. And then the opposition itself, Machado's obviously the internationally recognized head. Her team was widely believed to have won the last set of elections that took place there. But the Venezuelan opposition has long been extremely fractured by different personalities. It's one reason they had a hard time really pushing Chavez and then Maduro out of power ever over the last couple decades. So does the unity that perhaps they feel now that Maduro is gone, does that stay, or do a lot of those old rivalries start to show up? I think those are all the questions that are really perhaps more for the days ahead, but which we'll have to watch closely and see how things evolve on the ground.
That's what I was going to ask, because when Machado says we are prepared to honor our mandate, who is we? What is the apparatus that she has around her? And if it were so easy to remove some of these figures, especially, Pedrino Lopez, who's in charge of the military, it would have happened already, or one assumes it would have happened. Now, the ball has certainly changed after today, but what realistically can they do to get back into the country? And does she have enough of a coalesced coalition to really take power and hold it, given the competing loyalties in Caracas right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question is, if she's not in Venezuela, and we're assuming, I think, that she hadn't gotten back ahead of this, obviously the U.S. probably is in a position to get her in, but whether she's able to really rally the support, not just of the opposition, who I think will be there with her, but the real levers of power, the military officials, the generals, the people who have really benefited from decades of the Chavez-Maduro regime's leadership. I think whether that all just falls into her camp is a huge open question. It's obviously a country with incredible resources. It's been degraded over kind of decades of mismanagement. There's a lot of potential there, but it's going to take a long-term approach, a long-term governing strategy to really turn this country around. The amazing thing is, you go back decades. This was one of the wealthiest countries in the world when you go back to the 1970s, and so there is this potential for a turnaround. But I think it's going to be a long road. I'm reminded of Colin Powell's remarks to Dick Cheney and George Bush during the Iraq War invasion, when he said, if you break it, you buy it. I think the U.S. is positioning itself to try to have a quick in and out strategy here, where they've done what they wanted to do. They had a strike. They got Maduro. He's apparently headed on a ship to New York to face charges there for drug trafficking. But what is left behind, and does the U.S. have some role in that?
A spokesperson for the UN Secretary General out with a statement on Venezuela, Bill, saying the Secretary General is deeply alarmed by the escalation. Independently of the situation in Venezuela, it says these developments constitute a dangerous precedent. And the Secretary General continues to emphasize the importance of full respect by all for international law. What role will the UN play here?
Well, the UN has had a really hard time struggling with the big conflicts of recent years. I mean, I think about Ukraine, Russia. I think about the issues in the Middle East. The Security Council has really been neutered by the inability of its permanent members, in particular, to agree on anything. I think there will be a push by countries, particularly Russia and China, to have an emergency session of the Security Council. I think there will be attempts to criticize the U.S. there, but I don't think the UN at this point has the credibility over recent years to really have an influential effect on what's going to happen there.
And Bill, as I'm keeping tabs on the live blog here in the terminal on what's going on in Venezuela, they've got an interesting take from Kiko Toro, who's one of the founders of Caracas Chronicles, who is stressing, and this is one of the things we've been talking about, that the regime for the moment is still very much in charge in Venezuela, even without Maduro. He writes, Maduro's abduction could easily become an all-purpose excuse to crack down on any and every sign of dissent. Any expression of dissatisfaction will surely be used as evidence of connivance with the American enemy. Trump's stunning one-day win could be remembered for heralding an even darker stage in Venezuela's path towards totalitarianism. What's your take on that?
Well, I think that's a very realistic scenario if the U.S. isn't going to have anyone on the ground really to help administer or organize the government after basically decapitating it. So there are, like I said, Maduro was not in power alone. He has spent a long time building up networks of officials within the military in particular who have been running the country, but it spreads throughout the entire oil industry, and much of the economy was increasingly based around oil and drug trafficking. So I don't think putting Maduro on the boat, particularly when the opposition leader may be out of the country, is going to just automatically ensure that democracy takes root and flourishes there. I think there's a lot of people who have long gunned for Maduro, even on his side of on the regime. He's had a lot of rivals for power. When he took office in 2013, many analysts thought that he would not survive in power. They didn't think he was politically savvy enough to do so. He spent almost 13 years as president of the country, but there are a lot of people who are waiting in the wings and will be trying to figure out if this is an opportunity to perhaps reach out for the U.S. but not return to democracy of any kind.
All right, Bill Ferries, thank you so much. Bloomberg senior editor, we appreciate your time on this Saturday.
We'll have a lot more where that came from. In fact, we want to update things before we assemble our political panel, and we'll have thoughts from Jeannie Shanzano and Lester Munson just ahead. We want to update the latest on this ongoing situation, knowing as well that the president will be speaking a little more than an hour from now. I should take that back, about 20 minutes from now, 11 a.m. Eastern time at Mar-a-Lago. Nathan Hager now live from Washington with the latest on the U.S. and Venezuela. Nathan?
Joe, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are on their way to the U.S. after a series of overnight airstrikes and a special forces operation that led to their capture in Caracas. The Justice Department has unsealed a revised indictment against Maduro, the First Lady, and others on narco-terrorism, conspiracy, and drug trafficking charges. President Trump told Fox News this morning that Maduro and his wife are aboard the USS Iwo Jima on their way to New York to face that indictment. He says no Americans were killed in the attack, but there were a few injuries. And now with Maduro out of the country, he says the U.S. will be heavily involved in Venezuela's oil industry as well as the transition of power. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado says that transition should go to her stand-in candidate in the 2024 election, Edmundo Gonzalez. In a post on X, Machado says she is prepared to honor their mandate and assume power. And more global reaction is coming into the overnight airstrikes. Argentinian President Javier Milei told a TV interview this morning it's the fall of a dictator's regime. He added that Maduro clung to power after being soundly defeated in the country's last election. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says he is deeply alarmed by the attack. His spokesperson says it has potential worrying implications for the region. Cuba has called for a national rally in Havana set to take place right now to show support for Maduro. And we do expect to hear more from President Trump. He has said he will hold a news conference from Mar-a-Lago in the next few minutes at 11 a.m. Wall Street time. I'm Nathan Hager in Washington. Joe and Christina, back to you.
All right, Nathan, thank you so much. We'll have more from Nathan Hager as we make our way through the morning here. And thank you for being with us on a special edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio, streaming on YouTube as well, with important news coming from Washington and soon from Florida as we anticipate a news conference from President Trump. Alongside myself, Christina Ruffini, here in Washington, D.C., the president suggesting on Fox News he will not be alone. Pete Hegseth, defense secretary, will be with him, along with the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. We have seen so-called news conferences from this president that did not include questions and answers from reporters. So we're hoping that's the case today, with so many questions to be answered still at this hour, knowing this took place some time ago in the wee hours of the morning. Now at 11 a.m., we're still asking most of the same questions.
We're trying to get some of them here as we furiously page through this indictment.
Yep.
Bloomberg reporters, of course, are going through it as well. You know, it names Maduro, it names his Minister of the Interior, it names his wife, and as you go through, it tries to tie him to the big names that everyone knows in narco trafficking, right? The Sinaloa cartel, FARC, which is a rebel group well known in Colombia, other various militant groups and narco terrorists in the region, not necessarily even in Venezuela. And as our previous guests have talked about, it's unclear the extent to which the Maduro regime was involved with these groups. Look, they could very well have been, but my light read of the indictment so far, it reads more like an argument, less like a body of proof, which is the case a lot in indictments, but I'm paging through here trying to find what exactly they are accusing them of and what evidence they have other than conspiracy and, as they say, trafficking. Not a lot of specifics coming out yet.
A 25-page indictment that we just received a short time ago that only includes the word oil once, we should know. This is a drug trafficking indictment, with the Attorney General saying earlier that Maduro charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, along with possession of machine guns and destructive devices. We want to assemble our political panel to get their sense of everything that we're learning here as the morning progresses. Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, is with us, alongside Republican strategist Lester Munson from the international practice at BGR Group and a veteran of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Great to have both of you with us here. Jeannie, now that we have the document, we're not going to turn you into a legal analyst this morning, but from the political side, does the president have the goods? He's made it clear that this was about drug running, but has recently changed his justification to imply that this was about oil, that Venezuela, as he put it, illegally took U.S. oil rights and we're going to take them back. Does this indictment support that idea?
Well, as you mentioned, Joe, it only notes oil once, so I don't think it supports that. And what we've seen over the last several months is there's been a number of justifications for a ratcheting up of pressure on Venezuela by the president, by the administration. And I think as we look at what has happened in the last 24 hours, the question to ask is, what is the objective? And that's what I hope we hear from the president. What was the administration's goal in taking this action? If we look at the indictment, the goal was about a legal justification for trafficking in drugs. If that is the goal, what then are we doing about what happens next in Venezuela? Are we going to let the Venezuelan people decide who will lead them? It was interesting to hear the president on Fox News not being willing to talk about who he would support next. So I think the president's objective has got to be clear, and do the steps that they've taken justify it. So far, we've heard neither, and I'm so curious to hear at 11. What do they say was the goal? If the goal was regime change, as he's talked about, if the goal was oil, that changes the ball game completely. But so far, what we're hearing is it was about holding somebody responsible for drug trafficking, which, of course, begs a lot of questions about what he did in pardoning the president of Honduras a few weeks ago. But setting that aside, if that's the justification, what next in Venezuela?
Lester, we're also hearing that we're likely to hear from Maria Machado this morning. It's unclear if that will be with the president in a separate statement. We don't even know where she is in the world right now. But I'm wondering if she runs a risk, given the U.S. history of fomenting regime change in this region, of tying herself too closely to this president. Now, Venezuelan expats and Machado herself have been very supportive of President Trump's actions here. But at some point, is there a risk that this could backfire and she could just be seen as another puppet of the United States?
I don't think so. The question of Venezuela has already been pretty clearly divided between folks who are backing up the Maduro regime, and that includes some of the countries in the region, and then those who have been pushing for democracy and human rights and openness to the civilized world, with Washington and a lot of other capitals in the region. Maria Corina Machado is very firmly in that camp. She has openly embraced President Trump. She did it during her when she received the Nobel Peace Prize. She acknowledged his role in supporting her democracy movement in Venezuela. So I think that bet is already made and made appropriately. President Trump is on the right side here. So is Maria Corina Machado. It is the Maduro side that we have to kind of think about the consequences for the next few days. Who's going to remain? Who are they loyal to? Who's going to be in charge of various organs of the Caracas government? What's going to happen in Havana and other leftist capitals in Latin America? How will China and Russia respond in the real world to what's happening in Venezuela? This is a big loss for them and their efforts to have influence in the Western Hemisphere. So there's a whole bunch of questions going forward, but I think Maria Corina Machado's in probably a very good place.
Lester, considering your experience in Senate Foreign Relations, we're hearing from some folks on Capitol Hill, many of them Democrats, who are very upset, including some Republicans as well, that they were not consulted or briefed in advance of this operation. Senate Majority Leader John Thune is speaking now, along with House Speaker Mike Johnson. Both say they spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Saturday morning, this morning, not yesterday. And I'm wondering your thoughts on what comes next. When do members of Congress get a briefing, and why didn't it happen before now? How out of the ordinary is this?
I don't think it's extraordinarily out of the ordinary. I think it's important for this administration to work with Congress in the days ahead on what the follow-on actions in Venezuela are going to be. That includes Republicans and Democrats, and I think Democrats should be very pragmatic in their responses here. They can play a helpful role. Just criticizing the president because he's Trump or because he's a Republican is not super useful, but if they want to provide constructive criticism about U.S. policy, that can be very valuable. And there's a real question here, this is probably the biggest question, is how does the U.S. follow up when an adversarial government has changed? We did not do a good job in Afghanistan after the fall of the Taliban 24 years ago. We have the chance to do that in Venezuela. Will this administration be hidebound by ideology or previous commitments or a certain view of the world that may not be very practical when they're making those decisions, or can they work with Congress on a constructive way forward that uses U.S. tools to provide the best way forward for Venezuela, for the Venezuelan people, and for the bilateral relationship? Democrats in Congress in particular can play a really key role here, and I hope they do.
Yeah, the U.S. has a long history of winning the war or the initial conflict and losing the peace. But one of the reasons is because it's hard, it's complicated, it's less flashy, it takes time, it takes thought. Gina, I'm wondering, as you look at the timeline for this is a president who campaigned on no more foreign wars, on negotiating peace plans. How does this track with his voters? Is this the kind of thing that they voted for? Are they loyal enough to this president? You think they'll get on board? Or could this potentially be a liability for him even among his supporters?
I think long-term it's going to be a liability even amongst his supporters. I think it's clear there is a divide in the Republican Party. So you certainly have some, particularly Washington elites, particularly traditional Republicans who may be more supportive of this. You have some on the MAGA right who are not going to be. They look at the president as saying he was going to focus on the United States. He was going to focus on bringing peace to the world. He likes to trumpet the peace that he says he's already brought. And yet, what are we seeing here? We are seeing here he has started a war, which is what he has done. He has declared war against Venezuela. That is what happens when you go in and decapitate a foreign leader. This is not to say that any thinking Americans support what Maduro has done, but none of that justifies the violation of U.S. and international law to bring about regime change. And so I think long-term, this is going to be very problematic for the president in the same way Iraq was very problematic for George Bush. And Donald Trump was right about that. U.S. long-term interventions never in the modern era have worked out to our advantage. Again, you need a plan going in. We are not clear what that plan is, what that goal is. And that means we are likely to see chaos on the ground going forward. And there's very little the United States, even President Trump, is going to be able to do to rectify that. So I think that is where his problem is going to lie. It was curious to me, he was talking on Fox News a few minutes ago about how this is just such a remarkable thing they have done in, when you contrast it with Afghanistan. But if you look at the beginning of Afghanistan, that was not the case. People were very supportive of that. It's over the long term that the support runs dry. And that's likely what's going to happen here, unless the president has a plan he hasn't told us about.
Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Lester Munson, thank you both so much for the insights, our great panel, as we wait to hear from the president. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Christina Ruffini in Washington, and we thank you for spending part of your Saturday morning with us here on a special edition of Balance of Power. We just received a statement from another Republican in the Senate, Ted Cruz, of course, an ally of the president and someone who has been deeply involved in policy and politics in Latin America. He says Maduro facilitated, enabled, and profited from flooding the U.S. with drugs that injured and killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Removing him from power will save countless lives and serve as a warning to all others targeting Americans. It does not, Christina, sound like a lawmaker who's concerned about war powers or an authorization of the use of military force, though we do expect, according to the leaders, Thune and Johnson, lawmakers will be briefed early next week.
I imagine they will try to retrofit some sort of, veneer of congressional approval or argue that certain members were briefed. But this is going to be an issue. But look, this has been an issue with multiple presidents. This was an issue with Obama in Congress. This was an issue with Bush in Congress. They do have an authorization of military force for conflicts in the Middle East. As we've talked about, this administration has previously tried to apply that to this conflict, arguing that Hezbollah and other terrorist groups benefited from Maduro's regime. However, I am not seeing those names in this indictment. We're seeing other names, including FARC and other rebel groups, Sinaloa cartel, but those names that would have been covered under that AUMF are not there. So I would reckon they thought that was possibly a bridge too far to making this particular indictment.
Noteworthy, as Maduro and his wife steamed to New York to face charges. Christina, they are aboard the USS Iwo Jima right now.
And aboard with us, we're going to bring in Michael Allen, who is Managing Director of Beacon Global Strategies. He's also a former special assistant to President George W. Bush in the national security sector. Michael, thank you for joining us. I want to ask you just, first of all, about this thing that the U.S. did. I mean, this was a really risky venture. I think a lot of us were expecting a different kind of action, a forced toppling, even possibly an extrajudicial killing, before we expected them to fly helicopters into Caracas, pick him up like some sort of Jack Ryan episode, and fly him to a carrier. What are the risks involved in an operation like this? And is this something that you think should or should not have been approved, although it did appear to go as planned?
Well, Christina, I agree with you. This is extraordinary. At most, I thought the president would do airstrikes overtime in an effort to back up his diplomacy and try and get Maduro to leave. To actually send the Delta Force in these great numbers with so many different helicopters and do the raid that they did is extraordinary. I'm surprised it worked so well, apparently, although there are details that are to come. But I just thought it was a very, very bold move, and it seems so far to have paid off.
We understand, Michael, that the U.S. Army Special Ops Unit, Delta Force, is in fact the unit that conducted this whole operation, specializing in counterterrorism, hostage rescue, and special reconnaissance. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, knowing that material was coming from Fort Bragg in North Carolina and other areas where Delta Force and Army Rangers were being used. Speak to us about the delicate nature of this operation and exactly what they pulled off. Apparently, according to the president, Maduro and his wife were pulled out of bed by these special forces.
It's really amazing. First and foremost, I think we need to think about the intelligence that went into this. There are already reports of recruited CIA agents across the Maduro spectrum that were able to inform us of his whereabouts, his pattern of life, where he is and what he does in the final few days, including, it seems, where he was going to bed and where he was putting his head down at night. I think that enabled the Delta Force to come in such extraordinary precision, really a pinprick. What do they need to take out in the general vicinity, but how quickly can they get in and out of a reinforced house with guards and the like? So they must have really rehearsed this. This was really well done. It's another tribute to the way our national security enterprise works. The intelligence community, hand in glove with the special operators. We've honed these types of techniques over the global war on terrorism, and I think we were able to use them to great effect today.
Right. I mean, I remember when they did the bin Laden raid. I mean, I've talked to Admiral McRaven about this. You know, they built up a mock set. They ran drills. I'm assuming we think they did something similar for this, right? They're not just going to send these Delta Force guys in there blind. They would have rehearsed this, which means they would have had that intelligence as to where he was for how long? At least a week, 2 weeks? How long of a lead time do you need to pull off an operation like this?
I bet they've had a layout of the presidential palace for some time. And then once they were able, and they probably had a replica of it, over time, as they were able to collect more intelligence about, you know, were there steel doors, where did the guards stand, I think that helped them sort of enliven a possible practice scenario. But I think it took some serious amount of time. It was a hugely risky operation. When you think of the others, like about 5 years ago today when Trump took out Qasem Soleimani, I mean, that was a drone strike. So we were way far away. To send troops in on a daring mission was high risk. I hope that we hear at 11 o'clock or soon that there were no U.S. casualties. There have been none reported. But this was a bold, out of our minds sort of operation, and it's incredible that this worked. And now it's time to sort of secure the after effects of this, the harder part of it, but this is amazing.
Well, there were some injuries, so there were some casualties, but no deaths, and we're hoping to get some more details about that when Trump speaks shortly. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll be curious to hear what he has to say. He mentioned that to Fox, but said there were no dead.
Right.
That's truly the extent to our knowledge.
What does that mean? Was there a firefight? Was it more difficult than we've been led to believe? Was it not as smooth of an operation as it seems on television? But
all these are the real questions that we have for the president here. Michael, I understand that you're at an undisclosed location in the Caribbean, having had a flight canceled. AFP is reporting that the airspace is essentially closed, that commercial airlines have been told to stand down. And I find that interesting, having seen what Senator Mike Lee mentioned on social media, on Twitter earlier, that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, told him there would be no more strikes around Venezuela. How do we describe this moment we're in right now?
Well, I think that's probably his intention, not to do any more strikes on Venezuela, but I don't know how they can guarantee that at this particular junction. It's great that Maduro and his wife are on their way to face justice, but what they need to do now is somehow engineer a democracy or to install one of the Democratic elected leaders. And I know your previous guests were talking about Ms. Machado. She seems to be the right one. But I'm looking forward to the president trying to outline for us what's next. If it's no more military action, how is he going to force a new government to govern Venezuela so that we don't just perpetuate what's happened the last 30 years under Chavez and then Maduro, which is essentially a corrupt, kleptocratic regime that robbed its people, stole its natural resources, and led to widespread misery. So there's a lot to do here. It's different from Iraq and Afghanistan in the sense that we apparently are not going to have troops on the ground. But in a sense, that makes it harder, because how do we effectuate our will if we have no one there? We can do it from the air, but it's a little bit tougher to do. So we need to hear the plans going forward so we don't look back in this in 6 months and say that was all for naught.
Well, stay safe in your travels, Michael Allen. It's great to have you with us from Beacon Global Strategies. live on Bloomberg TV and Radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Christina Ruffini in Washington as we carry special coverage and anticipate a news conference from the President of the United States, who is at Mar-a-Lago. We're just getting our first view of the room as reporters prepared to ask questions, and we're hoping that they will have that opportunity. Christina, the President will likely have some prepared remarks, and we'll see where that conversation goes. We're going to bring this to you live and unfiltered, as we always do here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. Wendy Benjaminson is with us now, Bloomberg senior editor in Washington, D.C. As we wait for more communication from the administration, Wendy, I don't want to interrupt you when the president speaks. Obviously, we'll go to him, but I'm curious the questions that are most important to be answered right now as the Maduros make their way to New York City to face charges.
Exactly. Well, I think, and your previous guest sort of pointed this out, what next? Now that Maduro is out, who is going to lead the country? Will there be a power vacuum? There was some confusion this morning because there were reports that the Venezuelan vice president was in Russia, and yet the Russian foreign ministry...
TASS, their official news agency, has said nah.
Right. So we don't know where she is at the moment. That doesn't mean she's not in Russia, but we don't know where she is. We don't know what's going on in Venezuela. Also, what does that mean in terms of how the U.S. will affect regime change? Does it mean boots on the ground in Venezuela? The U.S. doesn't seem to have a lot of allies right there in the moment. That could change at any time, but right now Brazil and Colombia are not happy about what's going on, the two nearby countries. So we also would love some more details. The president did say that the Delta Force, he called into Fox News earlier today, and he did say that the Delta Force had rehearsed this drill and that they had planned it for 4 days ago, but bad weather got in the way. There were steel doors. There was, it was a whole practiced thing that was going on. So this has probably been going on for months. But we're looking for all of those details and the what next and what U.S. policy is. The lack of notification to Congress doesn't seem to be an issue with congressional leadership. It is an issue with some of the rank and file that we've heard from, mostly Democrats and sort of the non-MAGA Republicans. But Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, and the House Speaker, my House Speaker, his name is
Mike Johnson.
Mike Johnson, thank you. It's Saturday. Have both said this was a necessary strike and don't seem to be upset about it.
It's often that presidents find themselves somewhere other than the White House at moments like these, standing in front of a blue drape behind a presidential podium. We remember Barack Obama repeatedly in Hawaii, for instance, going to a filing center to talk about everything from the underwear bomber to beyond. Now we're at Mar-a-Lago, and President Trump about to face the media and address the American people.
And we do have a shot. I think we do have a shot we can bring up.
Yeah, we were actually showing the podium just a moment ago. Speak to, whether it's this president or any other, the job at hand here in a traveling White House at a time of crisis.
Well, their first job is to provide as much detail and, in a sense, comfort or reassurance to the American people about, does that mean our sons and daughters are now in danger? What does that mean for the future of the country and for his policies? Because, again, remember, he was elected as the guy who promised to end international wars, to end unnecessary conflicts overseas. So I think we're going to be looking for him to justify this. Also, he's going to have Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Daniel Kaine with him. And they will be answering operational questions, much like they did after the Iranian strike. But yes, they need to make it look not like a ballroom at Mar-a-Lago in a sense. So there will be the presidential podium. He goes down there a lot. They've practiced this.
This is the Winter White House now.
It is the Winter White House. And at least he's not reading storybooks to children as George W. Bush was on 9/11. Not his fault. He didn't know it was going to happen.
We've heard from Democratic lawmakers who are upset they're upset at the action and they were upset that they were not informed in advance. But we've also heard from some American allies saying they were not informed in advance, including the UK Prime Minister. It makes me wonder what kind of intelligence sharing, if any, is happening between Five Eyes and some other countries who might have really good intelligence and might be useful to the U.S., including Mexico, including Spain. Mexico, especially a leader that the president has not had the best relations with, unclear, if they're still collaborating with Spain. by not including allies in these actions, does it make it harder to continue their objectives down the road, where it's less about going in and getting the guy and more about nation building, which is much harder?
It is much, much harder, and you do need allies, particularly in the region. I think this capturing of Maduro took the entire world by surprise. There was no intelligence sharing that we're aware of yet. That will be a good question at the news conference. There didn't seem to be any gathering of regional allies to talk to them about it. And yes, I mean, we see the effect of Trump's go-it-alone approach in Ukraine now, where Europe is sort of feeling like, well, they're on their own to try to manage this with Zelensky against Putin, while Trump talks to Putin frequently. So this, it is a very unusual and as you say, I mean, the go-it-alone approach may leave us in the dark and alone when we need it.
I keep thinking that if you want to be a village, you need to be a villager, and we're maybe not being on the geopolitical scale the best villager when we need something down the road.
But you remember what Trump said in 2016, I alone can fix it. He feels that he is the sole operator of whatever it is that he wants to accomplish, that only he can do it, and he'll do it alone if necessary.
We're lucky to have Wendy Benjaminson along for the ride, Bloomberg senior editor with us in Washington. Wendy, thank you, and stay close as we wait to hear from the president. We've got our eyes on Mar-a-Lago, and of course the press pool has been assembled. Here's a live view of the room where reporters are waiting to hear from and ask questions of President Trump. As Wendy mentioned, he is expected to be joined by some others from the administration, including the defense secretary. And when this begins, we'll bring you this conversation live here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. We're streaming, as always, as well on YouTube, and you can find our coverage on the front page at Bloomberg.com. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, Christina Ruffini at my side. As we now enter the 11 a.m. hour on the East Coast, these strikes in Venezuela occurred in the wee hours of the morning, Christina, so the president has had some time to meet with authorities and other officials in the administration and craft the communications, the messaging that we're about to hear.
Right. I mean, it was first announced on X, which is something this president likes to do. It's still a little bit odd to hear it on social media before coming from the president. But look, this is style. Hopefully some of these questions we've had this morning will be answered. And as we wait for the president there in Mar-a-Lago, we want to bring in retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery. He's a former Destroyer Squadron commander and a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Admiral, thank you for joining us. The first thing I want to ask you is just, we've talked a little bit about it, but the logistics and the risks of pulling off something like this. We talked a little bit about the raid and bin Laden, and something as small as when they practiced it, the fence was chain link, and when they landed in the compound, it was a solid wall. So the backwash hit the helicopter, and that ended up causing that helicopter to crash. Now, of course, they censored it. But there are 1,000 little things that can go wrong, which is why so many American leaders choose not to send in troops unless they absolutely have to. Did they absolutely have to in this case, and do you think it was a good call?
Well, yeah, firstly, I do. Thank you for having me. And I do think this is the right call because there was a capture part to this. This was not kill or capture. The Special Operating Forces, the Delta Force plus the 160th Aircraft Squadron needed to be in play in order to capture Maduro and his wife. If it was just a kill mission, then you can just use munitions. But for this kind of for the kind of tasking they had, which was to bring him to law enforcement justice, which is the right signal to send to everyone in the in the narco-terrorist industry, that we will find you, hunt you down, capture you, and like Manuel Noriega, put you in jail both in the U.S. and Panama for 30 years until you die. You did have to put boots on the ground, so to speak. Now, these are very special boots on the ground. They can protect themselves. It was done simultaneously with airstrikes that distracted the Venezuelan security forces. So really well executed, really well timed. The idea that they could roll 4 days, seemingly, flawlessly is a real testament to the skill set of the special operators involved.
Admiral, we appreciate your joining us. Is it safe to assume that U.S. forces are no longer on the ground in Venezuela? And how long do we keep this armada parked off the coast?
So I think it's probably safe to say Title 10 forces, in other words, U.S. military forces, are not on the ground. I would not say it's safe to say that Title 50 forces, which are intelligence, CIA and others, aren't necessarily on the ground, and they weren't there beforehand, kind of setting up ensuring the success of this mission. So that's kind of how I describe it. And how long this will go, look, the president he hasn't been an advocate of regime change, but that's where we are right now. And unlike the strikes in Iran where, he did the action and then said the fight's over, well, we still have a problem here, which is that the defense minister and the Justice Interior Minister, who are both Maduro cronies and, cold-hearted criminals, they are not leaving yet, right? And until we resolve that issue and which way the military and intelligence career, officials kind of go in this country, and until we have Machado and the other Democrats, the opposition forces in power, we're probably committed to continuing to pressure the country to force the final, the final aspects of regime change. By grabbing Maduro like this, I think we're slightly into this problem for at least a few more weeks, if not months.
And given those individuals you just mentioned and how people can react when pressured into a corner, as these guys are about to be in the next couple of weeks, is there a risk? What are the risks right now for the big flotillas of American soldiers and assets still based in the Caribbean? Should they be concerned about counterstrikes?
Well, they'll be prepared, but I think there's a low risk to force here because there's a very limited capability on the Venezuelan side, and a lot of that strike today, part of it was to distract away so the soft forces could get in, but the second part of that was a note to the Venezuelan military and intelligence community: this is not a fight you want to be in. Right? So I think there was strong signaling sent. We struck you deeply in your most important command centers with ease. You probably don't want this fight. And that was the same signal we sent the justice minister and the defense minister with. You probably need to leave the country, get to Cuba soon. And then the opposition forces can more easily, take power. But, I think we are doing some strong signaling here. Our forces, I don't think, are at risk, but they clearly have to keep a defensive, keep their guard up and then be ready to strike when the president orders it. And by the way, if they're shot at by the Venezuelans, the U.S. forces, I think that there is a very extensive second and third strikes ready to go, if necessary, against all of the Venezuelan military forces, and not near as discreet as the attack last night was.
Well, it sounds like this flotilla is going to be there for some time then, Admiral. Does that include the USS Jerry Ford? We moved that out of the Mediterranean to join other forces in the Caribbean, and some of our European allies would like to see it go back. Where is it most needed, and how does that deliberation take place?
So I think to the Gerald Ford, I commanded a carrier strike group as well, and you kind of have a feeling for how long their deployments are. They're nearing the end of their deployment one way or the other. I don't think they're going back to Europe. I think when this is over, they'll go back to their home port on the East Coast in Norfolk, in Virginia. That is not where they're not headed back to Europe. But I do think as soon as we can get it done would be good. Same with all the destroyers that are doing the missions there, because we're burning a lot of readiness in an area that we had not planned on burning readiness when the schedules were written 6 and 8 months ago.
I also want to ask you about the psychological warfare aspect of this. As the U.S. pushes for regime change in the next days, weeks to come, I found it very interesting that you have a on-the-record confirmation to the New York Times from the Central Intelligence Agency that not only were they following them on drones, but saying outright, we have a source inside the Maduro government. That's how we found him. That's how we got that. Is that to try to sow the seeds of distrust and paranoia within the remaining ranks of the Maduro apparatus and hopefully spawn some infighting?
Well, you're spot on there. As I said, this is the natural culmination of a maximum pressure campaign. All those information operations is an important part of that maximum pressure campaign. And exactly, do they have a spy, deep in, a source deep inside the Maduro regime? Probably. Is it great to say you have it no matter what? Definitely. So, these are all elements of a maximum pressure campaign. I think the president, I don't agree with every step he did in this, but boy, did he carry it out aggressively and properly over nearly 3 months, and, culminating in last night's events.
What about this operation would you like to know when the president reaches the podium, Admiral? There are obviously going to be some details he cannot share. But when he spoke on Fox News earlier, he brought down detail right down to their bedroom. He said the Maduros were pulled out of bed in the middle of the night. What else would you like to know that'll help us understand the next steps here?
I think it'd be important to know what are his intentions with the rest of Maduro's like high-ranking cronies. I mean, he labeled that whole narco-terrorist organization a foreign terrorist organization. So there's a lot more people that are in theory, subject to American action here. And so, the other ministers, the vice president, what are his intentions? How does he help Venezuela transition from where they are now to the actual Democrat, for the 2024 elections, the democratically elected leadership? And how do we get the opposition into power in a seamless way that, that allows Venezuela to restore democracy and get moving forward?
What would be your next move if you were advising the president? What is the most important thing he can do in the next few days?
I think it's give a time frame to those senior leaders to leave the country, and if they don't, hold them accountable. I mean, they have choices here, right? This is their last moment of choice, right? The 2 or 3 really senior leaders. You have 24 or 48 hours to get to Cuba. We won't shoot down any aircraft headed to Cuba. You go to Cuba, and we can move forward with the rest of the military and intelligence services. And we have a real challenge here. In most countries, several hundred colonels or generals will have gone to the U.S. Army War College, to West Point, to other things, and they'll have relationships with U.S. military personnel that we can leverage and talk to them. We don't have that with Venezuela. All that stuff was cut off 20 plus years ago. And so we don't have the good relationship there. So it's going to need to be the president delivering that message very clearly, that you need to leave and you have a time frame. And if you don't leave, we'll hold you accountable.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you about justification here and legality, Admiral, and I'll just warn you that when the president speaks, we are planning to join him live, so I'd be loath to interrupt you. But we heard from Senator Mike Lee earlier, who initially expressed concerns about the lack of a War Powers Act or an authorization for the use of military force. He spoke with Secretary Marco Rubio and wrote on Twitter, I should say, not Truth Social, that what we saw tonight was kinetic action deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. Does force protection justify the actions that we saw overnight?
But certainly that's one of the legal premises they can use. I think a more coherent one would be to say, look, we've declared the Venezuelan leadership a foreign terrorist organization, and we've declared them a risk to U.S. national security, and therefore we are taking these actions. I think that that's a more clear, traditional way that the United States has justified use of force since 2001. Personally, that's how I would go at it. I recognize that Mike Lee Senator Lee is not a big fan of that 2001 use of force. So with him, they use this other justification of law enforcement protection.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of law enforcement, CNN is reporting that a team of FBI agents helped carry out this operation along with U.S. Special Forces. Does that make sense to you? Can you explain a little bit about what they might be doing in contingent with the U.S. military?
Yeah. So listen, the FBI and the Drug Enforcement Agency, DEA, have officials who are well trained not at the Delta Force level, but at a level where they can accompany units. I think it's unlikely that they would have played a significant kinetic role in this, but they could have been there for an immediate law enforcement imposition, at the point of, seizing President Maduro and his wife. So from my perspective, they could have been there. Personally, my experience with these operations is that they're on the back end of it to receive whatever personnel you've arrested. But it's not impossible. That's something the president can address in his talks, or it's something we never have to address. The tradecraft of our U.S. Special Forces is not something that we should really describe in great detail in public.
All right, retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery. He is a former destroyer squadron commander and, of course, a senior fellow at the Foundation of Defense of Democracies. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time today.
We want to assemble our political panel as we wait to hear from President Trump. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is back with us, Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, alongside Republican strategist Lester Munson with the international practice at BGR Group. It's great to have both of you with us here as we learn more. And Jeannie, the president said quite a bit on Fox News this morning. I don't know how much more he can add at this point, but there are questions about why the Maduros are on their way to New York right now. And in fact, they are, according to the president, on the USS Iwo Jima. Is that because the Eastern District of Virginia was not capable of handling this case?
You know, I don't think we know that at this point. I do think the Southern District has a long history of New York, I should say, has a long history of handling leaders like this who have been indicted and brought to the United States. So I think there may be a history there. I would not say Virginia can't handle it, but of course we've seen a little bit of chaos, if we can say there, in terms of some appointments down there. So that may be part of it. But, you know, Joe, I was just thinking you and Christina were talking about 6 years ago to the day, Donald Trump coming out in front of the same blue screen at Mar-a-Lago to make his announcement about the killing of the Iranian general. And what strikes me as I look back at that is the fact that when he did that, he was very clear on his goal of no regime change. And he was very clear on the goal of the operation, which was to kill the general. And so I think one of the things I'm hoping to hear here is likewise, what was the goal of doing this? Because clearly it's going to be difficult for him to argue that it was not regime change, as he was able to do 6 years ago.
Lester, to that point, as we look at this podium shot here in Mar-a-Lago, the president obviously knew this was coming. We've heard reports they've been huddling down there for days. This was, as we've talked about, had to take some planning to train the special operations forces, to get those Delta forces to rehearse. Why not take his very nice plane back to the White House and make this announcement from the White House? Why doesn't the president seem to be bothered at all by the fact that he is able to do these big things from a place that is not an official representation of the U.S. government?
Well, Mar-a-Lago's lovely this time of year. It's the Southern White House. I don't know if you've been there, but it's actually a terrific spot.
No, but I've spent 17 years in D.C. over the winter, and I do understand that it's cold. But this is where the White House is. Yes.
Right. So I'd sure. You know, those of us inside the Beltway on a regular basis probably feel a little. You know, a little slighted, perhaps, but Mar-a-Lago's terrific. Southern Florida's terrific, especially now at the beginning of January. I think I think more seriously, I think President Trump wants to show that he's in charge wherever he happens to be. He's been down there for a couple of weeks for the holidays. He wants, you know, and like any president, doesn't want anyone to think he's not working and handling the country's business and that kind of thing. And this is the most serious of business that there can be. U.S. military action abroad, of course, is probably the most important responsibility the president has. And he wants to show that he's executing it with good stewardship in his own particular way, and that he can do that from Mar-a-Lago. So I'm not sure the venue matters as much as the projection of what it means for his leadership. And that's kind of what I'm looking for in this upcoming statement, is beyond just the rationale, which is super important. What are his thoughts about the importance of this? What does it mean for his presidency? What does it mean for his foreign policy? What is the message he's trying to send to the rest of the world by this action?
The president was scheduled to arrive at the podium just about a half hour ago, so we are running late on this news conference at Mar-a-Lago, but he is posting actively on Truth Social. Jeannie, the president of the United States, just put up a photograph of Nicolas Maduro. I think we can show it to you. There it is if you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube. President writing, Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima, and there we see him in a sweatsuit holding a water bottle. He's wearing headphones, presumably to keep him from hearing what's going on around him, and he has sunglasses on that appear to be obscuring his vision. This is obviously a situation where he is restrained and being handled very carefully here. Jeannie, the president is apparently in the next room posting images on Truth Social. What do you make of this now that we're actually getting a view of Maduro on board the boat?
I'm really struck by how reminiscent this is of Iraq. And given all of the president's criticisms of that, the photo of Saddam Hussein, and, you know, there's several ways in which this is reminiscent from the shifting justifications to the use of really these sort of manufactured crises explanations that we've heard. And then, of course, the lack of congressional approval, the violation of international law, the similarities go on. And I'm struck as you talk about this photo, how that to me is another reminder of that. And I'm surprised by that, if only because Donald Trump made his name in foreign policy by rightly criticizing what the Bush administration had done there. And he had several grounds to stand on with that criticism. And yet, what do we see him doing? 20, 25 years later, repeating the same thing. And I'm not sure how he is going to explain to us how this is different. Sure, there are some differences. It's in a different region of the world. There are other justifications he can offer. But is this fundamentally different from a president who made his name saying he would not get us entangled in foreign wars? And, on the earlier question about why do it in Florida, and I agree with Lester, it's much better weather down there than we're having in the Northeast. There's also the reality that you have a lot of supporters of this action down in Florida, rightly so, people who are Venezuelan exiles. So he's not only surrounded by people in the administration who support this, but a lot of supporters overall. So I think that is another reason for doing this down in Mar-a-Lago.
Lester, what's your take on this? How is this different than actions of previous presidents that this president has criticized pretty heavily on the campaign trail? How do we think he will justify this?
Yeah, look, I largely agree with Jeannie here, with one caveat. Jeannie, Congress did approve the Iraq invasion before we went in 2003, which is notably different than what we have here with Venezuela, where Congress was not even asked to approve it. And the president is using a different kind of legal authority here. I think the larger question, as Jeannie pointed out, is absolutely the right one. What happens now? President Trump made the decision to pull Maduro out. And however you want to slice the decision and the rationale and the value of that, and I think it was the right thing to do and is hugely valuable to the United States. But even if you disagree with that, the real question is what happens next? President Trump owns the future of Venezuela now. He needs to have a responsible policy here that leads to a much better outcome for Venezuela and our relationship with that country than there otherwise would have been. That's the real test. So the real test, as much as this operation, which appears to have been amazingly well executed, hugely important in the past few hours, the real question is, can we effectively manage the transition in Venezuela to a more responsible government that makes Venezuela a better kind of member of the international community and deals with the United States in an appropriate way and with other countries in the region? Does the administration have a plan for that? How are they going to do it? What resources do they need? What will the role of Congress be in providing those resources? There are a ton of questions coming up here. Those ones we had in Iraq, some of those things worked. Iraq is in a better place now than it was 25 years ago. It didn't work very well in Afghanistan, where the Taliban is now in charge again. Can it work in Venezuela, and how will we do it?
I want to ask you about domestic politics. I don't know if we have time for both of you to weigh in on this, but there's already a split in the MAGA base over health care subsidies, a split in the MAGA base, or maybe we can just say across the party when it comes to this argument about anti-Semitism right now involving the exodus at the Heritage Foundation. There's going to be a split about regime change, right, and entering foreign wars. How will this play out in the president's base? And what does he need to say to those in the MAGA base who are not happy with what they're seeing today?
Well, I think there is a small minority in the president's coalition that isn't thrilled about this action. There's no doubt about that. The president is going to have to go and manage that constituency directly. He's going to have to address them in only the way he can. My guess is he's going to be successful, but we'll see. I think the majority of the party supports what he has done. And I'll just cite Adam Kinzinger, who was on social media today basically endorsing the president's actions in Venezuela. There has been no stronger critic in the Republican Party of Donald Trump than Adam Kinzinger, and he supported that action. So I'm kind of overinterpreting that to mean the vast majority of Republicans are standing with the president here. There's going to be a lot of Democrats who do as well. I think Debbie Wasserman Schultz issued at least a semi-positive statement about what happened from Florida. But I think the president is going to have to go to that smaller part of the MAGA base, and it's not a huge one, but it is significant. He's going to have to address them directly and make sure that he's going to have to make sure that he remains in control of that group, because that group is going to be the focus of, the politics of this coming November and November of 2028 when we're electing President Trump's successor.
Great analysis from Lester Munson and Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano. Thank you both. As we wait for the president, he's running about 34 minutes late at this point, and we will bring you his remarks when he hits the podium at Mar-a-Lago. We want to update everything that we have learned and gathered this morning since those strikes took place overnight. Nathan Hager has the latest for us now, live from Washington. Nathan?
Well, Joe, President Trump has been busy on social media ahead of that news conference that was scheduled for a little more than a half hour ago. He posted an image on Truth Social moments ago of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro aboard the USS Iwo Jima. He is seen wearing headphones, dark glasses, and handcuffs. The president says Maduro and his wife are on their way to New York, where they will face a revised Justice Department indictment on narcoterrorism and drug trafficking charges. All this after a series of overnight airstrikes on Venezuela and the Delta Force's operation that led to Maduro's capture. ABC News is reporting the Iwo Jima will arrive at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, where the Maduros will be transferred to an FBI plane. CBS News reports that aircraft will land in New York today. President Trump says he watched every aspect of the operation from Mar-a-Lago this morning. He says Maduro was taken from a highly guarded location like a fortress, he says. The president says no Americans were killed, but there were a few injuries. And now, with Maduro out of the country, he says the U.S. will be heavily involved in Venezuela's oil industry and its transition of power. We have gotten a statement from Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Peace Laureate Maria Corina Machado. She posted on X that the opposition is ready to honor their mandate and assume power. Machado's stand-in candidate in the 2024 election, Edmundo Gonzalez, followed that up with his own X post saying he stands ready for the, quote, reconstruction of our nation. Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez spoke to state television by phone following the attack, calling for national unity. There were reports that Rodriguez was in Russia this morning. The Kremlin says those reports are fake. The Venezuelan broadcaster Telesur says Rodriguez is still in Venezuela. The Venezuelan government says the U.S. struck 3 states in the overnight attack, hitting military and civilian targets. Sources tell Bloomberg News Venezuela's oil infrastructure was not damaged. Maduro allies are condemning the attack. China says it is deeply shocked by what it calls a hegemonic act by the U.S. Brazilian leader Lula says it crosses an unacceptable line. Argentinian president and Trump supporter Javier Milei calls this the fall of a dictator's regime. He spoke in a TV interview this morning, and Chile's incoming president says Maduro's arrest is great news for the region. The New York Times is reporting that a CIA source within the Venezuelan government monitored Maduro's location in the days and moments before his capture. And again, President Trump is expected to hold a news conference later today where he is expected to be joined by Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane. That news conference set to happen at any moment now. I'm Nathan Hager in Washington. Joe and Christina, back to you.
And we'll bring you that news conference live here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. Thanks for being with us as part of our special coverage on this Saturday on Bloomberg. As you can see on TV or on YouTube, the podium set up at Mar-a-Lago, and the president will be holding forth with a large gaggle of reporters who have gathered in Florida to ask the president questions. He did speak earlier on Fox News, saying this thing was so organized, they go into a dark space with machine guns facing them all over the place. At least 7 explosions were heard in Caracas, according to the Associated Press. The attack lasted less than 30 minutes. We turned off all the lights. The quote from President Trump, who, Christina, he said the U.S. operation took place in total darkness. They built an identical house to the one the Maduros were in to practice this for days.
And that would track, because we know that's standard. That's something we saw with the Bin Laden raid, and that's something you see with these Delta forces, because there are so many things that can go wrong and so many uncertainties when you get on the ground. You want to make sure that you have practiced and gone through it as much as you can, control everything you can so that you can adapt to the things that don't go your way and get out safely.
A Delta force operation. This is important now, and this is one of the things people will be asking about. The president said, quote, a couple of guys injured, unquote. A couple of guys were hit, but they came back, and they're supposed to be in pretty good shape. Christina, we don't have any details on the extent of their injuries.
We don't, but that does seem to indicate that it maybe wasn't as easy as we initially thought to go get this guy. There was some form of resistance, whether that was a small arms firefight, whether that was, you know, someone getting hit by backfire from one of these explosions that went off, if they had to set off flashbangs. There's all kinds of things. Again, there are all kinds of things that can go wrong, no matter how many times you practice this.
Yeah. Looks like the president is emerging right now, in fact, hitting the podium at Mar-a-Lago. Let's go to Florida live now on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark, and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea. We were just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have on average two a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. It's been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. And I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the President said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the President said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people, deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us, and deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our chairman, Chairman Raising Cane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd, and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise, it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise, and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the President said, they could be brought to justice. And as the President said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the President to order us into action.
Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings, but when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the President ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the President said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
we should make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States. And the president addressed it. This is a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy. But instead, he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that, I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba?
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there. And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Mr. President, what's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Mr. President,
Rubio would be...
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the Vice President of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the Vice President of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He's just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that. Well,
he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And, yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
If I can add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakage.
Mr. President, you were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. The safe place is all steel. and he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast, and there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today, but he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
So where is Maduro going to be?
Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact whereabouts?
Well, eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's why we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and drugs?
In terms of China and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to. In other words, we'll be selling oil. Probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that?
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide?
There's going to be a team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, It has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
So, what's being done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans
Well, right now they're
arrested
very
last
protected
night?
because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago.
And what can you say
wait,
about
behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people of it's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, they basically, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Are you cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's an
The answer is yes.
Mr. President,
is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything.
So the U.S. isn't going to dedicate money to.
Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be. It's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy, very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing, and the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well, I don't want to get into the conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
Mr. President, can you explain, you said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina, and we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly, and there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Mr. President, you referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground, and that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr.
Unless
President.
it's a bad question, in which case I'll go one more. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin? Well, that's always nice.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't. We never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
There was that intelligence.
I thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace, so I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not, and they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions, we send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25,000, 30,000 human beings. They come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general, and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you.
You told me
that war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we wanted to get some. Thank you very much.
There we have it. President Trump live from Mar-a-Lago on Bloomberg TV and Radio, answering a series of questions alongside the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. We learned a lot together over the past half hour or so, and I want to just unpack some of what we learned. If you're just joining us, thank you for being here with a special edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio, streaming live on YouTube with breaking news on this Saturday, the 3rd of January. Mission Absolute Resolve, the name of the operation that took place last evening in Venezuela. Dan Kane describing months of work by Intel to find Nicolas Maduro, who is now on his way to New York to face charges. Months of work he described to understand where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. The key, he said, was choosing the right day to minimize civilian harm. He described 150 military aircraft involved. And indeed, one of the helicopters that was involved in this mission came under fire, but remained flyable, he said. All of our aircraft came home. President Trump referring to the transition here and a remarkable headline that crossed the terminal a short time ago. Quote, "We are going to run it," essentially, referring to the country of Venezuela, until such time as proper transition can take place. He said as well, "We are not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to, and we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now." And says for a period of time, it'll be the people that are standing right behind me who will be running the country, referring to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense, and others. We saw the leaders of the CIA and FBI in the room as well at Mar-a-Lago. At my side today in Washington, Christina Ruffini, who has spent many years covering the State Department and foreign policy. This is something we've never quite seen, certainly from an America First president, as he calls himself.
I mean, no, and one of the questions was, how is this America first?
Yeah.
And the president responded, America needs safe neighbors, and also we need energy, and that's our energy. And one of the more remarkable moments was the one you were just referencing, where he said the U.S. will be running Venezuela until we can make sure that they're doing properly. The other moment was when he was asked about Maria Machado, the Nobel laureate, and said he doesn't think she's up to the job. He doesn't think it's going to be her. He doesn't think she has the support of the people. That's
really remarkable, because there were questions about whether she was in fact talking with him about next steps here. I think it'd be very tough for her to be the leader. He said, quote, "She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to have the job," having won the Nobel Peace Prize and referred to as an opposition leader for a reason here. We want to bring in a voice from Capitol Hill, and it's an important one. And Congressman Brad Schneider, the Democrat from Illinois, is chair of the new Democrat coalition, as we just spent quite a period of time listening to the Republican administration. Congressman, we'd like to hear from your side of the aisle on this. Secretary Rubio says he did call members of Congress immediately after these strikes took place. Did you get a call? Did any of your Democratic colleagues receive a briefing this morning?
I didn't. I don't know of any of my colleagues who have gotten a briefing. I've seen statements from folks like Jim Himes, who is the ranking member on intelligence, Mark Warner in the Senate, who've all said that they had not heard anything. And, Joe, this is a critical moment for our country. The president, well, let me go back first to Maduro. Maduro is a bad actor who deserves to face justice. He stole an election in 2024, installed himself as president. This time last year, he's been indicted by New York or a U.S. court in New York. And so I'm not going to defend Maduro or mourn for his demise. But the fact of the matter is that the president needs to follow the Constitution, and it is only the United States Congress who has the authority to declare war, has the authority to authorize military force. The president can take action if there is an imminent threat. The president needs to show Congress and the American people what was that threat, what is the legal justification, and critically, especially as you said, is he's now saying the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. How is the United States going to guarantee or ensure that Venezuela doesn't become a failed state and a threat to its neighbors and the United States as a whole?
Well, you're on Intel and Foreign Affairs, Congressman. We heard from John Thune and Mike Johnson earlier today that there would be briefings planned for early next week. Is that your understanding? I suspect you'd be the first to be in the room, right?
Yeah, I'm not on Intel. I'm on Ways and Means and Foreign Affairs, but we do need to have briefings. The administration needs to come to Congress as soon as we get back and brief us in a classified format, laying out its justification for the attack, laying out its legal authority for taking this attack. And quite honestly, I don't think the American people wants this administration running another country. They're already having enough trouble running this country.
Congressman, what about that? That was one of the more startling revelations of that press conference when President Trump said, well, who's going to be running Venezuela? And he kind of gestured to the people behind him. And then more follow-ups from the press. You know, what is the mechanism for this? How long? He basically said, at one point he said, you know, it could take about a year. And then he said, but it takes a very long time to get the oil. And then he said not only would the U.S. be using that oil to pay for, I'm assuming, its administration of Venezuela, but would also be reimbursing itself for damages Donald Trump says Venezuela has inflicted on the United States.
Well, for Trump, it's always about the money. It's always about enriching himself. So that's a concern. This administration hasn't earned the benefit of the doubt from the American people to know that it's putting American interests first and not the interests of folks like Trump and his family and friends. That said, we need to understand what are the steps to ensure that Venezuela doesn't descend into a state of chaos and threaten the entire region. It's ironic that 35 years ago today, President Noriega of Panama surrendered to U.S. forces. The U.S. invaded Panama on December 20th of 1989. Noriega was arrested. The difference was on December 20th, the date of that invasion, the United States put in place a new president from Panama. The Panamanian people governed themselves. And so we need to understand why that isn't happening here. And as you noted earlier, the president has said he doesn't have confidence in the opposition leader. She has broad trust of the Venezuelan people. We need to make sure that we have a government of Venezuelans for Venezuelans, protecting their interests and ensuring a strong relationship with the region.
Saw your statement on Twitter earlier, Congressman. You write, Maduro is a bad guy who deserves to be brought to justice. But that does not mean President Trump has blanket authority to send the U.S. military into a foreign land without authorization by Congress. There have been multiple attempts by Democrats. We spoke recently with Congressman Jim McGovern about his effort to get a War Powers Act on the floor of the House. You don't see that going anywhere with a Republican majority, do you?
Not with this majority who've lost their sense of responsibility. The founders established with the Constitution 3 co-equal branches of government. And they rightly put the authority to declare war, to take the United States into foreign conflicts, to put U.S. troops in harm's way, put that with the Congress, because it is the Congress that faces the voters every 2 years. It is the Congress, today 435 representatives who reflect the interests and the values of the American people as a whole. And it is Congress who has the ability to respond and react. We need to make sure that congressional authority is protected. We need to take back that authority that this administration has usurped, not just on war powers, but we've seen on tariffs and so many other areas. We need to stand up to this administration and say Congress is a co-equal branch, not a subordinate branch.
Congressman, do you have any inclination or any hints from your colleagues across the aisle that this may be a step too far? Have you heard any rumblings or whispers? I know it's very early, that not all members of the party may be behind these actions in the days and weeks to come, that you could see some defections from across the aisle.
I would be surprised if there weren't some. I know a lot of my Republican friends, they believe in the Constitution. They ran for Congress to make a difference in the lives of the people they represent, but also to respect the idea that we are a co-equal branch of the federal government. And so I would be surprised if you don't hear a broad outcry. The administration, if it is able to present legal justification, if it is able to present a strategy that lays out their vision for transferring power quickly and restoring the government of Venezuela to the people of Venezuela, maybe that will temper it. But what we heard today in the president's press conference, he intends to take the oil for his own benefit. He intends to put his own friends in charge, and he intends to let the United States run another country, something that we haven't done in a very long time.
Congressman Brad Schneider, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you taking the time.
As we continue our special coverage from Washington, the president is posting more on social media, Truth Social, with a new video up of the strikes with a soundtrack, Fortunate Son by Creedence Clearwater Revival. As you watch these strikes take place, the explosions on the horizon, it was a video taken from what appears to be a balcony in an apartment building, remembering, of course, that that was an anti-war anthem from Vietnam. But it calls into question the optics coming from this administration, of course, a self-declared America First president, and whether this justification that the president has delivered will be accepted by the MAGA base and others who support President Trump. It's part of the conversation we want to have with Justin Logan, who's Director of Defense and Foreign Policy Studies at the Cato Institute. Justin, thanks for being with us here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. What are your thoughts this morning, just to begin with, this afternoon, I should say, at this point now, with the strikes behind us, but a massive American armada still off the coast of Venezuela? Is this over from a military standpoint?
I don't know is something you're never supposed to say on TV, but it happens to be the truth.
I love that answer.
To me, the takeaway here is that the president didn't say we're going to be running Venezuela in an offhand response to a question. It was clearly in his prepared remarks. So that is surprising to me. I mean, I think the president knows that the American people are not ready for a large nation-building campaign inside Venezuela, but to use the words that he used, we're going to, quote, run the country as long as we can until a safe, proper, and judicious transition can take place. And then he talked about that would establish peace, liberty, and justice for the Venezuelan people. Well, that's a very heavy lift for the United States. And then at the end of the conversation, or the press conference rather, he remarked that the prime candidate for taking over the country with a vision of peace, liberty, and justice, Maria Corina Machado, was not in the cards. He sort of said that she doesn't have the confidence of the Venezuelan people and that it would be very tough for her. So we're missing huge pieces of the story if in fact the Americans are going to be running Venezuela.
And that was really startling, especially given how much effort she's put into curating that relationship with President Trump, making sure to say supportive things of him in almost every interview she's had, being supportive of his strikes on these drug boats or fishing boats or whatever they tend to be. I also want to ask you, Justin, your latest op-ed was entitled, "Mr. President, Don't Do It." Obviously, he missed that memo. But I've got an excerpt from it here. You say, "The administration's public case for its Venezuela policy is insultingly ridiculous. At an October 15th press conference, the president declared that every boat we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. Considering that there were only around 84,000 overdoses in the United States last year, and that they have so far blown up 10 boats, they should have declared victory and come home 7 boats ago."
Yeah, I mean, trying to pin down the case for this, and I'm old enough to have been around during the Iraq War run-up, right? There was a sort of more linear story told then than there has been told now. The president started this campaign against Venezuela by talking about fentanyl coming out of Venezuela. Someone apparently let him know that fentanyl doesn't come out of Venezuela. And now you heard in the press conference today, he was referencing 300,000 overdoses, when in fact there are now less than 80,000 overdoses total in the United States each year, most of which are due to fentanyl. There is some cocaine that comes to the United States via Venezuela, but that accounts for a relatively small number of those overdose deaths. So at times this is about the sort of indictment of Nicolas Maduro and his wife in the United States, and you heard this weird fusion of the Defense Department allegedly responding to a Department of Justice request to suppress Venezuelan air defenses and to embed law enforcement officers in sort of Delta Force raids. So there's this weird blurring together both of rationales, that this is about law enforcement somehow, but it's also about, as Pete Hegseth said, the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. The American people have not been crying out for regime change in Venezuela, outside of maybe pockets of South Florida, if you will. So this trying to pin down exactly what the ends, ways, and means of this campaign are has been, even for somebody who's been in this business for a while, a pretty heavy lift.
Last question for you, Justin. We've only got about a minute. I want to get back to where we began, and that's the justification for this military action. The president said, quote, "We built Venezuela's oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us." Will the American electorate appreciate that point?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty dicey thing to say, you know, we went into this country with our military and deposed its leader to protect. And you heard Marco Rubio talking about not, you know, American assets, but the assets of American oil companies, right? Are you going to go out and campaign for office in 2028 if you're running for the presidency by saying we, you know, went into Venezuela to protect oil companies' revenue streams, right? That just strikes me as a weird political pitch. In an era where Americans are asking for more help at home, for more focus at home. And I think there's a real exhaustion with the overall amount of foreign policy activity this administration has had thus far as compared with domestic policy.
With his view from the Cato Institute, Justin Logan, we thank you very much for your insights. Before we get some final thoughts from our political panel, we want to get the latest right now from our newsroom in a day that has brought many developments to this story. Let's turn now to Nathan Hager. Nathan, what do you have?
You said it, Joe. Thank you. President Trump says the U.S. is essentially running Venezuela now after an overnight round of airstrikes and a special forces operation that ended with the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Cilia Flores. They are now on their way to New York, where they will face charges of terrorism conspiracy and drug trafficking. Here is what President Trump had to say at a Mar-a-Lago news conference.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country.
And the president says the U.S. stands ready to carry out a second strike. It's not afraid to deploy troops in Venezuela if needed. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado posted on X that the opposition's ready to, quote, honor their mandate and assume power. But President Trump says Machado does not have the respect or support to lead the country. I'm Nathan Hager in Washington. Joe and Christina, back to you.
All right, Nathan, thank you so much for all of your contributions today. We're live in Washington on a special edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and Radio as we reassemble our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us, our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, alongside Republican strategist Lester Munson from the International Practice at BGR Group. All right, let's hear from both of you. Now that the president has spoken, Jeannie, did he make the case for this military action?
I think he opened a lot more questions than he answered. The idea that Marco Rubio, who already has something to 3 to 4 jobs by any count, is going to be joining this team and running Venezuela, I don't think many of us expected it. And how that is going to happen, for what length, who is going to do it, he's open to boots on the ground. All of this is just an astonishing development. So I think a lot more questions here as in regards to what the president said than answers.
Lester, I have a slightly less sophisticated question for you. In a press conference that had a lot of staggering, memorable moments, one that stood out to me was actually Marco Rubio, because while even President Trump, of course, he strayed from his prepared remarks, the Admiral, Hegseth were all reading from prepared remarks. We saw Rubio do something we don't usually see from him, where he got up and very casually said, I don't have much else to add. But he said, you know, Maduro wanted to play the big guy, and he spoke off the cuff. He spoke in a very regular manner, and he spoke a little bit more like we usually hear Donald Trump do. And I'm wondering, given all the talk about, you know, a Rubio-Vance ticket, if he's jostling a little bit to be heir apparent, and if that's what was going on here.
Yeah, boy, you could read a lot into that. I think it's a great question. I think the Secretary of State did a good job. He looked very comfortable. He was being very politically smart. He wasn't really taking ownership of this issue. He was letting the President Trump, go out there and make the case to kind of the MAGA base. Hey, this matters to you. He Trump talked about the young victim of Tren de Aragua in Texas and said, this matters for our people. And Rubio was happy to kind of step aside and let him do that. I think we all sense that Rubio has been playing a huge role in this policy making leading up to this, in this moment, and is clearly going to play a big role in the future. So very interesting positioning by him, but I think he did a very good job.
Well, just to extend that a little bit, Jeannie, this did seem to be a family operation here. If you could see the cutaway shot in the room, the whole team was with the president, either behind the podium or off to the side. Hegseth, Kaine, Rubio, but also Stephen Miller was there. Ratcliffe, CIA. Did you notice Kash Patel of the FBI was off to the side next to Steve Witkoff? Were they all, should we assume, were they all involved in this process, and will they all somehow together run Venezuela?
That's what we were told. I mean, it was quite a stunning display. I thought it was smart that J.D. Vance, at least as far as I could see from my perch, was not there, because politically, if this thing goes afoul, it would hurt him in running for 28. So that was interesting. But I do think there is absolutely no distance between Donald Trump and the people in his cabinet, and that's by design. And one really interesting thing I thought Rubio had to say was the fact that there are instances in which the administration does not need to inform Congress about a military activity if it is a law enforcement activity. This is news, I think, to many of us in the legal community. It'll be interesting to see what Congress and the courts have to say about that.
And Lester, we talked earlier about how this is allegedly nominally the non-interventionist wing of the Republican Party, and we were wondering how this was going to get sold to Trump supporters. The president was asked that question directly. How is this America first? And he said it's in America's interest to have good neighbors. And the oil, he said having energy is in America's best interest. What are your takes on that? And do you think Trump voters are going to buy that?
Yeah, this is classic kind of Jacksonian approach, to foreign policy, which is the U.S. getting something out of this? And I think President Trump believes if he goes out and makes a case, we're getting the oil, we're going to manage the oil, this belonged to us, we're taking it back, that's going to resonate with that MAGA base. And there's a lot of evidence that may be true. And I think he's clearly was using this hour or so to shape that argument with his base. There's been some criticism of this. You think of someone like Tucker Carlson, who's been openly critical of some of the decisions the administration has made. This is a real attempt by the president to go straight at that argument. I think it's going to be relatively effective. At the end of the day, the person the MAGA base trusts the most is Donald Trump. He knows that, and as long as he never turns his back on them, they're going to be with him.
Fascinating conversation with the help of Lester Munson and Jeannie Shanzano. Many thanks to both of you. We're going to need your help next week as we unpack all of what we have learned here today and layer it against the backdrop of a financial market. It's important to remind ourselves, Christina, this took place on a Friday night at the end of a holiday-shortened trading week. We have been keeping our eyes on the potential impact here on the oil market, but we don't really have a sense of what investors think of this yet.
No, and it's going to depend on, we've talked about what condition that oil market is in, what condition, the oil resources are in, and it may or may not have that big of impact just because of the level and the quality of that product.
Well, that's true as well, knowing, of course, that this has not had a massive impact on the oil market yet, and we're going to be looking at the likelihood of overproduction, potentially softening prices as we move forward. We'll continue this conversation together. Alongside Christina Ruffini, I'm Joe Matthew, live in Washington. Thanks for joining us on a special edition of Balance of Power, only available here on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
This is my kitchen table and also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing.
While I watch your interviews, I know how to do some interviews.
I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world, is that right? One of the most successful female tennis players of the 21st century is Maria Sharapova. She won Wimbledon at the age of 17 and won a total of 5 Grand Slams. Now she's retired from tennis and pursuing a career as an investor. I had a chance recently to sit down with her to talk about her new career and her old career. You were recently inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame, and the person who inducted you was Serena Williams, who you played many times and was your principal competitor. Was it awkward being inducted by her, or was it fun?
Awkward wasn't the right word, David. It was so exciting and it was so thrilling.
Were you surprised that she agreed to do it?
Well, that would have been awkward, because that is a call that I made, and I said, well, there's no one else I'd rather be on that stage than you. And she said, I'm honored. But it could have gone the other way.
Okay, well.
It didn't, thankfully. And she was incredible. She was very thoughtful. Her speech was really strong, but it was also very personal. And there's that moment when she walked on stage of like 5 to 10 seconds when the crowd, there was like a bit of silence and shock, and there's wave through the crowd. And I was like, I think we achieved what we wanted to achieve here.
Okay, so let's talk about what it's like to be the #1 tennis player in the world. You're the #1 female tennis player in the world. And you were for many years #1, and you won many singles titles, including Wimbledon at the age of 17. Seems like an ungodly young age to win.
It was a long time ago, just confirming.
So, by the way, when you won at Wimbledon at age 17, I mean, did your world completely change? You were so young then, and you weren't the #1 ranked player at that time. Were you surprised? And what did you do? Right after did you call your parents? Were they there?
I did call my mom. She was actually on her way to New York to meet me, because I was then going to fly to New York for some press engagement, and she saw me win on television while I was playing the Wimbledon final. And what changed? Well, a lot changes for the good and for the bad in that moment. You're such a young girl, and all the things that come with it that you've never really expected in your life. An opportunity to say yes to so many things when actually you should be saying no, and getting back on the horse and doing the things that made you a champion on that day. Because while you're winning, everyone else is training to beat you in the next tournament. I flew back to Los Angeles shortly afterwards because my coach was there, and my family and I used to stay when we visit him. We didn't have that much money at the time, but we'd stayed in one of these hotels, and after I won Wimbledon, my agent upgraded us to a hotel, and it had this like yellow rubber duck next to the bath. And I called him and I said, winning Wimbledon is the best thing that's ever happened to me. And that's coming from a teenager's perspective.
So no more Holiday Inn Express or so.
That was exactly the hotel we stayed at prior to winning Wimbledon. Not an ad.
In New York, you have to play at night. Was that a problem playing at nights in New York? Or?
I was intimidated by the night match in New York. Yeah. It was loud. I'm also I'm like quite an introvert, and I love to do my work, and I love to be with my team. And so like going through that tunnel where, Billie Jean King's quote is pressure is a privilege was like very intimidating. And then the noise and the crowd, and you never really had a restful moment in New York, but I embraced it. Yeah, I loved it. And then we started doing I worked with Nike for many years, and they created first ever athlete that wore like a separate dress for a night match. They created for me, it was an Audrey Hepburn dress. And I think I got comfortable with the environment of playing a night match.
So when you win Wimbledon, obviously you're excited. You're only 17 years old. Was there any match that could ever replicate that feeling of winning at Wimbledon at 17? Or was anything you won other championships? Was there anything ever comparable to that even?
Winning the French Open to achieve a career Grand Slam, I didn't think that I would feel like the strength of that victory, but it really felt good because it was a surface that was so challenging, and it exposed all my weaknesses. And as an athlete that is playing in front of thousands of people, when you know that there's a particular weakness in your game and you're able to turn that around in front of people and make that into one of your strengths, was a really strong moment.
Well, when you were playing tennis, you were making more money from endorsements than from the prize money. And I think for like 17 years in a row or 18 years in a row, you were the highest paid female athlete when you take into account endorsements and other things. So you kind of made yourself into a brand. Did you consciously say, I'm going to be a brand and more than just an athlete? And was that hard to do, or you just focused on the athletics and the other things just came along?
As a female athlete, I was very well aware that at a certain point in my career, whether it was injury related, whether I would want to start a family, whether I'd just lose interest in the sport, I knew that the day would come to call it quits, and it would come sooner than other professions. And I made a very conscious effort of setting up a platform and a foundation that would make me feel, going into a second chapter of anyone's career, whether you're an athlete or just coming from college and you're moving on to a new chapter in your life, is really, really challenging. And I knew that it was going to be important for me to feel like I have a strong foundation in order to grow in another chapter.
Now you're at the top of the game in tennis for quite some time, and now you're in the business world. You're on the board of Montclair. When you go into board meetings now, do they say, well, she's a former athlete, you don't expect her to know much about the business world, or do they actually say, we want to hear your opinion on the business side of it, and you bone up on the business side, and how actively are you involved in the board meetings?
Yeah, I was very intimidated by the role. I was intimidated that I was asked in the first place. I knew Rema Ruffini for several years. And it's very official. It's like a UN meeting. You're sitting around this large, I mean, you've attended several board meetings in your life, but this was one of my first. And there's a microphone and it's translation because it's an Italian public trading company. So there's definitely like an intimidating factor to it, but they're all very collaborative. I selfishly took on the role because I felt like I could learn from a lot of people sitting in that room, and I feel like that's kind of been the trajectory of my career, is even though I was passionate and so deeply involved in one thing, I stayed really open-minded and curious about other things. I let other people kind of guide my education because I didn't have a formal education, so I feel like this is.
So if somebody's watching this and they say, I have a company that would benefit from having you on the board, are you open to going on other boards? And if you go on a board, would you want to invest in the company, or you just want to be on the board?
It depends on the company. I mean, you're really throwing me on the spot. What's the company? Give me an example.
Well, I don't know. Let's suppose Bernard Arnault calls you up and says, LVMH needs you on the board. I guess you would probably say that might be an attractive one.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Right, okay. Okay.
That's a very easy test, though.
Okay. Well, now do you invest in companies from time to time?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. So do you test the brands before to make sure you actually like the brand? How do you decide you're going to invest or not?
Yeah, one of my first investments was when I felt like I had like financial security from endorsement deals. And I was using an SPF brand called Supergoop for many years. Bought it at Sephora myself. And found the founder. They were 5 employees at the time. And said, look, I don't need a return on investment right now. I'll use my platform. I love your product. And then 7 to 9 years later, they sold 75% of their company for $750 million. So that was like my first real investment in the space, and it did really well for me. And I think it was a testament to what I think is important in investment. And correct me if I'm wrong, is like being passionate about what you're investing in, being a consumer, making sure that everyone around you is a consumer and a strong team.
How do you compare the thrill of being in the business world where you're either endorsing products or investing in products with playing tennis?
There's no match point in business, right? There's no that like feeling of, okay, now I this one point is on the line. I've gotten to this point and it's make or break. So much will change. Like there's none of that getting on your knees and waving to the crowd, you know. And yes, I miss those memories. I miss those moments. But the adjustment period of working through deals and getting to know founders and taking chances on people who you've only known a certain amount of time is very similar to my sport and what I had to endure for many years. So although there are similarities, there's not that like moment of victory.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
When you were playing tennis, let's go back to the beginning. You were born in Russia.
Siberia, yeah.
And
now I'm being interviewed by you. It's so cool.
So you're born in Russia, but when your parents moved you and your family out of there when you were relatively young, is that right?
Yes, I was born in Siberia. When I was 2, we moved to Sochi, which is in the Black Sea. And when I was 5.5 years old, we moved to Florida with my father.
Right. So now you went there because you wanted to play tennis. Is that right or not?
I mean, at 5.5, you're not really the one that's making decisions.
Right. So,
I have a 3-year-old,
but at 5.5,
even though he acts like he wants, he knows everything, but.
Did your parents see in you athletic skill at 5.5? That's so young. And were you actually playing tennis before? And when did they say, we should move to Florida and you can be a better tennis player?
So I started when I was 4, and I started playing tennis when I was 4. And at 5.5, my father took me to this exhibition in Moscow. He saved up a little bit of money. We took the train from Sochi, and Martina Navratilova was holding like a kids tennis clinic, and there were a few hundred kids. And she pulled my father aside and said, your daughter has talent, and you should go somewhere where this talent can be developed. And my father read every newspaper articles. He saw that the Williams sisters were training in Florida. He saw that Anna Kournikova was training in Florida. And he's like, our path is going to Florida.
But did he have the money to do all that?
Not a lot. He landed with $700 in his
So
Levi.
he just came over with you. Your mother stayed behind?
Yeah, she stayed behind for 2 years. She couldn't get a visa for the first 2 years.
And how did he explain, you were only 5.5, how did he explain that your mother was staying behind and he was coming over with you?
We didn't know that at the time because we thought she'd come over sooner, but then.
And so you joined a tennis academy?
We went to Bollettieri, which is a famous academy. We knocked on their door at like middle of the night, said, we're here. And they're like, well,